All right, how's it going, guys? Hopefully the audio and everything is perfectly fine right now. In terms of games that we're going to be trying today, I'm hoping to try out Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Currently have that downloaded. Maybe some Deus Ex Mankind Divided, but I'm not 100% sure on that one yet. But Metal Gear Rising is pretty much the one I want to test out right now. Currently just trying to make sure the audio for it is actually going to play properly for me. How's my volume compared to the music right now, by the way? All right, perfect. All right. Okay, I got the game launched up right now. Just got to make sure that I can actually hear it. All right, and here we have the game launching. You're watching this on a 5500U? Yeah, I absolutely love this APU. It's really just one of my favorite ones. I mean, it's crazy the kind of deals you can get on systems with it right now. All right, how's the game volume compared to me? Hey there. All right, so I pretty much just started off just to see if the game would even function on here. So I got that working. So we're going to start a brand new one from the very beginning. Let's see, in terms of the settings. Yeah, I feel like the game volume might be a little loud. How is it right now? I turned it down just a little bit. In terms of like graphics presets in this game, you could actually go lower than even the lowest graphics settings, though it really doesn't seem like you're going to need to. So we're just going to go with the low quality preset right now. Now, I've actually never played this game before. I have only seen Let's Plays of it, and I absolutely love the music in it more than anything else. Should we do the tutorial? Yeah, screw it. We'll do the tutorial just so that I don't get completely confused. So far, I mean, just running at the stock TDP, we're at a lock 60. But of course, there's like nothing being rendered right now. What I'm very curious about is how the cutscenes are going to end up being, because I know that the game itself has like a 30 FPS lock on the cutscenes. I want to know how jarring that's going to be. Okay. God, the movement in this is so satisfying.
You can also attack while in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes with.
Did you guys pick up any games during the Steam sale, by the way? There were some pretty crazy deals going on for some games. Like, I'm curious what you guys end up actually playing on your 5500U systems. Because if I'm being honest, on this system, the thing I play really the most is just Civilizations. Now this is the combat stuff.
Now then, let's run a basic battle diagnostic. Try and neutralize all the enemies that appear. String light and strobe
Seems
together
easy
to
enough.
perform combination attacks.
How did you actually like Doom Eternal on there? Like, was it enough for you to feel comfortable to play it, like for its entirety, or was it really just more of like a you wanted to try it out? Because I'm still like
Combat
not
is not
sold
all
really on
online,
like
however.
playing
You
bigger
also need to
AAA
protect
titles like
yourself.
that on this
First,
system.
follow the direction
It's
of the
definitely
enemy's attack.
doable, especially if you put the
Parry
right
those attacks
settings.
by executing
It's one of
light
those
attacks
things
of your
where
own in the
a
same
lot of the
direction.
times I would rather just play, like you
This
say,
is
like
how
Fall
you
Guys. I
parry.
would
It is the
probably rather play
keystone
Fall
of your
Guys and
defense.
Minecraft on there than anything else. Oh god, the parrying. Okay, not panic there. Come on, come at me. Oh, I thought I had it there. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Like, I feel like if you have a system like this, you're really just better off using a controller most of the time. It just feels nicer. Like, mouse and keyboard can be very unforgiving when it comes to, like, fluctuating FPS. And the controller can really just hide that.
Draw foes in as close as possible and parry their blows to leave them exposed to counter.
I mean, if anything, I feel like the APUs have just made it very aware that you could get away with gaming on a lot of games, especially because most people really aren't that demanding when it comes to like FPS in their games, really. I mean, a lot of us grew up playing games at 30 FPS or even lower just because we had like an Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3. I mean, I loved the PlayStation 3 and that thing was absolutely terrible. I mean, I played Fallout 3 on there. Oh, come on. Timing those parries is difficult. Come on. Swing that. Oh, man. I either do it too soon or, like, not quick enough. I use 3200 mega transfers RAM. I actually don't know what like the timings are because I mean it's all just based off of the JDEC spec. Most laptops really aren't going to be using like XMP or anything like that. This is currently running on the HP Pavilion 15 that I always test out. I'm using a capture card right now, so if there's like a desync in the audio, let me know because I might need to adjust some settings for that. God, I love the cutscenes in any Metal Gear games because they get so ridiculous.
No, the will of a strong people.
But yeah, it's 16 gigabytes of pretty much dual channel 3200 mega transfers RAM.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's pretty much the highest that you can actually go on like any laptop that is using just JDEC spec. There are certain laptops that have XMP, but they're very, very specific models.
Mr. Prime Minister.
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists.
Once we actually get into some actual gameplay, I'll start running the in-game, benchmark thing for MSI Afterburner so we can actually see what the 1% lows are like.
Perhaps I was wrong about these.
I mean, a cutscene right now is just playing at 30 FPS, so no point in running it for that.
Private security provider, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Yes, well, security can mean many things.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved.
I love how dramatic these cutscenes are.
The samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister. What is happening?
Yeah, I've tried messing around with raising it. It really doesn't do much in terms of performance at all because the APUs are already designed to allocate the RAM as video memory. So all you really do by raising it in the BIOS is limit the amount of system RAM that you have available, and it doesn't do anything to raise the performance. It can help in certain games that are very particular about the amount of RAM that you have, though. So if you're running into those issues with certain games, you can always just do that. But I tend to avoid messing with that just because I don't want to limit the amount of RAM I actually have access to. It's just one of those things that I really wouldn't recommend for most people because the amount of games that you're going to run into that have those issues that are also actually going to run well on the system are very limited anyway. I've been thinking about just doing a video and showing that it really doesn't do anything for the performance. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's going to be a lot of testing just to come to the conclusion that it wasn't really necessary. I might just get around and doing it though, because it is something that it's asked about a lot. I think it was like Hardware Unboxed or something like that that did a video testing that like years ago, and it still holds true today.
What is happening?
We got hit, sir. A cyborg.
Who's?
XF comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
Man, Metal Gear games really just love to throw like cutscenes at you. I had a cooling pad that had like fans on it, but I stopped using it because I also got one that was like a metal stand that just looked nicer on the desk. And in terms of temperature difference, there pretty much is none. It's just one of those things where the ventilation at the bottom of most laptops isn't designed to really benefit from the help of having those fans. They can help in very specific models, specifically like gaming systems, because gaming systems in the bottom will have like a crazy amount of ventilation, and those extra fans will actually do something. But a lot of the cooling pads that you get, the fans will be very, very cheap quality, and they really won't do much of anything. So it's just one of those things where I went with one that is just more aesthetically pleasing. But I haven't tried any like potentially better ones. Because really the cheaper cooling pads, the biggest issue is just that the fans that they use are really, really weak. They really don't move much air at all.
Let's get this over with.
It's one of those things where I would love to be able to just buy like 5 of the most popular cooling pads and try them out. The problem is that I do also have a limited selection of laptops to test out. So we can start running the in-game benchmark now. There we go.
Right. You'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation. Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply.
I mean, I know nothing about the combat here, so I'm not really going to be doing much strategy.
I'll add the limo to your solid down radar.
Yeah, that's another thing. They really don't let you control anything. Like, if you could find one that actually lets you control the fans, maybe you could do something interesting with that. But most of them just run at such a low speed, mostly because they don't want to make noise, because I think the last thing they want to do is just annoy their customers with, like, loud fans. But most cheap fans tend to be loud. And so they just run them at these really low speeds where they're not moving any air whatsoever. You have no control over them. It's one of those things where there might be a market, honestly, for cooling pads like that that are actually half decent. But it's one of those things where it's going to be hard to find one that's actually like universally going to work with most laptops. Because if you just look at the bottom of most laptops, the amount of ventilation that they have is just super limited. Like, already the fans that they have in there can barely move any air.
Nice try. through the barricade, try defense.
I really wish that it would just become standard for like even like low budget laptops to have like fan controls. So you can see the cutscenes always just drop down to 30. So far, I'm really impressed that this game is actually able to run at just the stock TDP. I mean, it's definitely a few years old, but it's one of those things where, you know, I feel like they're not exactly known for running super well all the time. Specifically, I mean like platinum games on PC. Oh my god, yeah, getting up into the 80s is really when I start to feel super uncomfortable around like running the system like that. It's just not good for it. Like, I get that the APUs are rated to go all the way up to like 110 degrees, but it's just one of those things where like the system noise and the fact that other hardware could just get damaged by it, it's just like not worth it. Disabling turbo could be very helpful, but it really just depends on the game because there are certain titles that kind of need that turbo speed. Specifically, like esports titles really just seem to not be happy when you limit your like CPU power like that. Yeah, 105 is just like ridiculous temperatures to even get remotely close to.
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead.
God, I love the
Personal
dialogue.
course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Yeah, stock TDP is pretty much the way to go most of the time. If you can go up to 25 watts, then it's a nice bump, but past that, you really start to get into some dangerous territory. I'm curious if like all of those mini PCs that have like these APUs actually have better cooling, because so far all of the ones that I've seen really don't seem to have that much better cooling at all. It would be awesome to be able to actually get a desktop with this APU that could actually hit those higher TDPs consistently without having to turn into like a noisy machine.
So long.
I have not messed around with SteamOS 3.0 yet. Like, I want like a full release of it. I know Valve is working really hard on it, and I'm super excited for it. Because I definitely think Windows needs competition. They're in desperate need of competition. Okay, I was hardly paying attention to what was going on. What is this? Honestly, it's been a few years now since the last time that I tried Linux for gaming, and that was kind of a disaster, mostly because most of the games that I wanted to play just were not available on there. Yeah, the cutscenes pretty much just run at 60, or at 30 rather. The game itself does actually run at 60 though. Well, I guess not there. That was a huge fluctuation there. Okay, that's how you do that. Oh yeah, the music here is just so good. I actually also ended up picking up Bayonetta. What specific laptop do you have? Because that actually sounds really great. Because like those are pretty much just the presets you would want to have anyway. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Lenovo systems in general have just been some of my favorite ones that I've ever used. How good is it at keeping temperatures decent though? Like, are those mostly for show, or are they actually like being used properly? Yeah, see, a keyboard shortcut for that actually sounds super nice. Like, having a manufacturer that actually lets you control the TDP like that is great, because it makes it seem like they're confident in the cooling system that they have. Now, that might just be a wrong assumption on their part, but it does at least instill that confidence. Because when like a manufacturer starts to hide the TDP and doesn't really let you control it, it makes me feel like they really cheaped out on something where they don't want you to like actually push it. Oh my god, up to 100 degrees in Minecraft? That's kind of crazy. In Bedrock of all things. Like, do you have really high ambient temperatures though? Like, is that what's going on there, or is that just the system cannot handle it? A 100 degrees is just, that's crazy scary temperature. I can't imagine how loud the system would be at that point then. Because the HP Pavilion 15, as soon as it starts to get into the 80s, I just cannot even deal with it. That's interesting. I would not expect GTA to like run cooler than Minecraft of all things. God, I love this game. This game is so cool. Oh my god, yeah. Europe right now, it just seems so brutal for everybody there. I mean, I'm in Texas, so like we're used to humidity here, but like all of us have AC. Europe is just a whole different beast. Yeah, I would imagine like I don't think GTA really utilizes any of the cores on these systems at all. I'm pretty sure it's just hitting 1 or 2 cores at most. I mean, GTA 5 at this point is pretty old.
There, get him.
Yeah, Platinum is fantastic. The worst part is though when like they have like a bad PC port, they really just don't end up patching that. Like Nier Automata had a pretty bad port for the very, very long time. How the hell do I? Oh, okay. Oh. Like it took pretty much Nier getting on the Game Pass for them to actually patch it to like work properly on PC. How do I dodge that? Oh, what am I supposed to do there? I am blown away by the price points that they're at still at this point. Like, how is it that we're about to reach the launch of the 7000 series and they're nowhere to be seen? Like, they're barely now becoming like available on the market, and their price points are still ridiculous. Oh my god, Vanquish was one of those games where I really, really wanted to like, but it just ran so poorly. That's the worst part about Platinum having bad ports sometimes. Like, their games are so ridiculously creative compared to everybody else, but sometimes they just drop the ball hard there. An eGPU? How are you going to be doing that? Is it going to be one of those like M.2 to like PCIe adapters? 'Cause as far as I know, there's no 5500U systems with like Thunderbolt. Oh,
What is going on?
got absolutely destroyed there.
Damn it! That damn you cheat.
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably one of those M.2 to PCIe adapters. Oh, into the Wi-Fi slot. Okay, that seems neat. Yeah, I'm so surprised that it's taken this long for Thunderbolt to like make its way to AMD systems. Like, I think I barely saw a video where, like, I think it was like Hardware Canucks or something, like demonstrated it on an actual system that has Thunderbolt 4, or rather USB 4.
Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
Gotta use what? I really wonder how good an eGPU would be with the 500 or 5500U though. I mean, I certainly wouldn't use anything that's more powerful than like a 1060 just because you're going to be very bandwidth limited. Like, I think a 3050 or like a 3050 Ti would be about the extent that would be good with it. Man, desktop GPU prices are starting to come down, but they're not going down as low as I was hoping for at this point.
Finish that bastard off.
Like, I wanted to, like, at some point get like a 3080, but like they're barely getting down to MSRP prices now, and it just seems weird to spend that much money this late into the gen. No, I'm not using the 5500U for streaming. I'm using my desktop and I'm using a capture card that's connected to the system. Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to try to game and also stream on the 5500U. That might just be way too demanding. Oh God, this is all so intense. And the game is keeping up perfectly fine, though. I mean, those 1% lows going down to just 46 is perfectly acceptable. I'm curious what it would be like to use the 5500U as just like a dedicated streaming PC. Yeah, my desktop, it has a 2070 Super, and like the CPU is a 3900X. I've pretty much had it for a couple of years now. It was like a pre-COVID purchase. Like right before the launch of the 3000 series, I found a 2070 Super for like $350. It was right when the announcement had happened, so everybody was kind of just dumping their cards for super cheap. And I figured I wasn't going to be able to get a 3000 series GPU at launch just because the demand already seemed like it was going to be ridiculously high. So I was like, okay, I'll just go with the 20 series. I mean, in hindsight, it was a good move. You know, but sometimes I wonder if maybe I should have just tried to hunt for like a 3080 at like MSRP near launch. Yeah, it was 350 bucks for it. People were dumping their cards for really, really cheap. There was some 2070 Supers at the time that were selling for like 200 bucks, but those were getting snatched up real quick. Yeah, no, prices for GPUs are just all over the place. Like, some people paid ridiculous prices for their cards. Others got really crazy deals. I mean, there's some people that are picking up 3080s right now for like 500 bucks.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason that I kind of want to sell my 2070 Super and maybe upgrade to a 3080. Like, it's just one of those things where I can't really justify it too much. Because, like, the 2070 Super does fine enough on most things. Oh, yeah, the whole industry as a whole is just crazy. I mean, did you guys see that Intel announced that they're raising the prices of their CPUs? Like, 12th gen is going to have a price increase. And that just seems crazy to me because we're about to be at the launch of 13th gen and Ryzen 7000 series.
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening.
Yeah, I live in the US. I live in Texas. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how bad it's hit the semiconductor industry.
All we're saying, give war a chance.
And the heat really kind of makes it really hard to like want to live here, really. That and the fact that our grid system here is just super awful. Like, we've been getting hit with the rolling blackouts here, and it has been pretty brutal, especially like if it happens midday when you just really want to have the AC running. It's brutal. But the cost of living here is just so low. Yeah, ERCOT could just eat it, man, because like they really are just making it super hard to live here. Yeah, it's almost ridiculous that like they can just get away with this. Like, after we froze to death, it just seemed like maybe there would be some change, but nope. That was just way too wishful thinking. Whoa, this guy is clapping me up.
Self-taught, and not half bad. Still.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that we have like 80 different companies to choose from, and they all get their power from the same place. Like, what's the point? Like, you pretty much just have to choose between which company is going to just rip you off. I don't know if I'm supposed to actually beat this guy or if this is one of those fights where it's scripted for you to lose. I'm hoping it's scripted for me to lose because I'm losing here. At least one of the benefits of living in the US is that at least computer hardware is cheaper than most other places. Like, if there's going to be deals on hardware, it's going to be in the US. Specifically, if you just like shop around Walmart or like at Amazon, their open box deals, you can find some crazy deals.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No.
But it really seems like most of the deals are hitting like older generation stuff.
Justice.
Like, you can find some pretty solid prices for like the 5700U. Like I saw an open box system on Amazon with it for just like $400, 16 gigabytes of RAM. I almost just wanted to pick it up just to test it out, but it got snatched up so quick. I'm still just holding out for like any 6000 series U series like APU, but those things are just still so expensive. Like there's some that are around a little under $1,000 right now, but just one of those things where like you'd hope that they would reach more around the $700 price point. Yeah, it really isn't that big of a difference, honestly. Like the extra GPU core does pretty much nothing.
You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
And like having those extra cores is really only useful on the CPU if you're doing very specific things.
Do you want to practice first? Gotta try hard on that.
Interesting. What exactly is computer swap?
Do you want to practice first? Gotta try hard on that.
Yo, this dude is just memeing on me right now. Chill, my guy. Yeah, I would really only consider getting the 5700U if you actually are doing like anything CPU intensive. And that usually just means if you're like doing any kind of like video work or anything like that. Because honestly, even things like CAD will run on like most systems. I would say, yeah, there's a pretty noticeable difference between the R5 and the R3. Interesting. So who is it that's like selling the parts used? Is it just like other people just selling it there, almost like it's like a flea market or what? Okay. Like what kind of deals could you get there? Like have you seen anybody like get something insane out of that? You know, I had hoped that by this point we would probably have like better Athlon CPUs. Because I was a huge fan of the 200 GE when it first launched. But I mean, at this point, we're almost like half a decade into its existence, and it has not had like a true proper replacement. Like the 3000G is literally just the 2200G that you can overclock. What kind of crazy deals have you seen? Like, has anybody like gotten a super sick GPU for practically nothing? Yeah, the 5500U is pretty much just a 3600 with like a GPU on it. Oh yeah, I would imagine there was probably a crazy amount of mining GPUs. Man, it's crazy how cyclical this stuff is, because I, at this point, have experienced in total 3 major mining crashes. Like, I remember when the first one ended up happening. That was back in, like, the AMD, like... I think the main thing that they had out at the time was, like... It was, like, the 200 series. It was either the 200 or 300. Like, the R9, like, 290. Like, back then, it was mostly just AMD GPUs that were just out of existence. But, like, I mean, at this point, it's crazy how it just keeps coming back, you know?
Yes, I should hope so, huh? I mean, how does it feel to fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control.
I have not had enough time with the Lenovo to really, like, make a judgment call on that, really.
Just relax and enjoy the ride.
I will say that at least with the HP, anything past the 25-watt TDP, at least where I live and with my ambient temperatures, it's really just not doable.
Seizing then
But I think it's really most systems that have the 5500U, they kind of struggle with the cooling.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open.
I mean, it makes sense because these companies really aren't going to sink a lot of R&D onto systems that are running on APUs that are pretty much just considered super low budget. But I would love to just have one that's super overbuilt. That's just like super quiet. Like just over-engineer it.
I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
How generous.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the world come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my
In terms of idle temps, I've never like really paid attention to that. Like, is at least when it's idling, the system doesn't make any noise for me. Oh yeah, no, their Legion series of laptops are pretty much my favorite.
I know you miss me, Kev, but
Like the amount of quality components that you get in there, along with just a chassis that is really well built, that isn't so aesthetically gamer that you're just gonna seem like a dork walking around with it. It's pretty much perfect. Like Lenovo really just seems to be the only company that has nailed the aesthetic for their laptops. At least in terms of gaming systems. Because I really hate the gamer design that a lot of systems have. Acer being some of the worst in terms of designing like gaming systems. Because their Nitro series is ugly. It is ugly as hell.
And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement LLC.
In general, I think Lenovo just seems to be my favorite OEM right now. Because Dell and HP, being so massive, have really, really hit or miss when it comes to their design. Like, they're willing to compromise a lot in terms of just hitting a price point.
I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Yeah, I mean, I really can't imagine walking around with a Nitro. Like, imagine going to college and you're carrying around a Nitro. You're gonna look like such a dork. Like, I think that's really one of the only benefits that Razer of all companies actually ends up having. Their laptops at least look decent. They're way overpriced. Way, way, way overpriced. And if I'm being honest, I really don't trust Razer's like customer support at all. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever had to deal with it just because, you know, you had like a faulty Razer product. I used to have like a mouse from them and their customer support was awful. I have not looked into the F1 button issue, really. I stopped playing like Bannerlord like on the system itself. I don't know why they do that. Why do you need a button that immediately... First of all, I hate the fact that it uses Bing. Of all things, it just opens up like Edge. And, do they still call it Edge? I'm pretty sure they still call it Edge. It opens up Edge and it bings just the dumbest question you could possibly want to ask. I don't know why they dedicate a whole button for it. Yeah, I mean, the CPU usage being low is not surprising. These are some of the types of games that really don't need CPU at all. It's almost funny how overbuilt most systems are nowadays, because really, a lot of things still don't need 6 whole cores to them. Let alone 6 cores and 12 threads. And I mean, if we're being honest, the IPC of Zen 2 is still really, really good. Like, I know 3000 series is great and all that, but, or like the Zen 3 APUs rather, like the 5000 series and 6000 series are really good, but Zen 2 is still really good. Yeah, I mean, 250 nits is just standard for like budget laptops. I can't even complain too much though, because I've been around since the days when you would get a TN panel. You know, like a 1366 by 768 TN panel was just standard across the board up until you got into the $700 price range for Windows laptops. Like, that was an absolute disaster of an era. I think that really is what gave Windows laptops such a bad reputation for normies. Because a lot of people really associate Apple with like quality products. And it really just came down to the fact that they were willing to put in just that little bit of extra effort to improve the things that day-to-day users will notice. Because a normal user is not going to notice a faster CPU most of the time, but they will notice a brighter screen, a nicer keyboard, a nicer body to the laptop itself.
But it makes you wonder.
Oh yeah, no, those Intel Celerons are insanely bad. I actually have a system right next to me that has a Celeron. It's like a Celeron, like G3900. It was pretty much like I picked up the board and the CPU from like a miner, like back in 2017 or 2018 when the big mining crash happened back then, and people were just offloading hardware like crazy. I pretty much got like 5 boards with those CPUs for like $100. Like, the dude was just looking to get rid of them. So I pretty much just built a bunch of small systems and gave them to family members to use.
Right.
Because you'd be surprised how little you need to just go to Facebook and YouTube most of the time. Yeah, I heard about like those weird like hybrid design APUs that are like rumored. No idea what the hell they're really going to be used for. Yeah, I mean, the pricing on a lot of those like lower tier CPUs is ridiculous. Because you will see both Celeron and Pentium laptops and Athlon laptops that are like maybe within $100 of something with a 5500U. The graphics here is the... Well, I mean, like do you mean what GPU is being used here? Because it's the Radeon 7 in the 5500U.
Then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
But I wonder if AMD is just going to be releasing those weird hybrid APUs just because of the Steam Deck. Like, do they just have like a crap ton of those laying around? They probably do. Either way, if those start to be what shows up in the budget market, I'm cool with that. Because, like, again, Zen 2, perfectly fine. In fact, most games aren't even going to fully utilize that CPU anyway. What really matters is just the GPU. And if we could have RDNA 2 with, like, Zen 2, like cores for cheap, I'm down for that. I really don't see an issue with that at all. Obviously, I would like 6000 series to be with that more than anything else, but if it means hitting a budget price, I'm willing to sacrifice the CPU easily. Because I really think that people care too much about CPUs, honestly. Like, you could realistically just go a very long time without upgrading the CPU on, like, your desktop. Like, a lot of people really get super excited for, like, new generations of CPUs. And I mean, it's fine to, like, get excited for stuff like that, but it's just one of those things where don't overhype it so much and, like, expect that you should upgrade all the time.
No, I'm not doing anything. Can we just kill him? It'll be easier. As opposed to a drip.
Hey there. Wow, that guy really did not notice that I just murdered his homie. Where's he at? Can I not get up there? Well, thank you. Yeah, I saw like some Lenovo systems that were actually like selling with the 6000 series. There was one with I think it was like a 6650U that was like $800 with like a coupon. Almost ended up buying that, but it was just one of those things where like $800 just seemed like a lot. This is an HP one. I think it might be linked in the description. I don't know if like the description updated for that, but it is an HP 15. I would definitely recommend if you're looking to get a system with these APUs to go with a 15-inch one, specifically because of the better cooling that you're going to get. It's just bigger room for cooling. It depends on the brand. Some brands will really go crazy with the bloatware, where you're just better off with a fresh install. Usually, if you're buying from like HP or Dell, they go crazy with bloatware. I kind of usually just end up pretty much just wiping systems anyway. Oh. Is there a block button that I'm missing here? I have barely been paying attention to the game. I've been talking so much. This is currently just using the lowest in-game settings. I'm going to turn them up in a little bit. Probably go up to like medium because this has been performing really well. But I just wanted to start it off with the lowest just to see what the performance would be like. Oh my god. Really, what systems actually let you buy without Windows? Because that seems like it'd be so nice. Because honestly, Windows is ridiculously expensive. I mean, Microsoft doesn't charge those prices to the OEMs, but the OEMs definitely are going to charge you those prices. Because Microsoft just pretty much sells the keys in bulk, and they sell them cheap. It's kind of why you could just go on to like a lot of key reselling sites and just pick up a key for like 10 bucks, 10, 15 bucks. Yeah, $100 savings without Windows seems like kind of a crazy deal. But I just, oh my god, I literally just died to a regular dude. But yeah, the 6600U, I'm really curious to see how like the 6 RDNA cores does it. Like, is it really that big of a downgrade? Because that is half the amount of GPU cores. But it's not like with Vega, like the GPU cores mattered all that much anyway. What was the price of the euro back then? Like, was that back when like it was a lot higher? Because like I know currently euro prices are very low. It's almost like it's like 1-to-1 parity with like the US dollar right now, isn't it? Really, I've literally never measured like the boot times of any system ever. God, I am like completely screwing up the gameplay here. Like, how do I block this? What is the block button? Am I dumb? What am I missing here? Well, while we're at it right now, I do want to actually change the graphics settings because I want to see how far we can actually go with this. That's medium. All right, we'll go medium. We'll go medium right now. See how that does. I've literally never measured boot times on systems. I don't really care too much about boot times, honestly. Like, once SSDs became standard, I stopped caring about boot times because it really didn't seem to, like, affect much of anything. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Zen 2 versus Zen 3 would actually make that big of a difference. My assumption is that it's not really going to do that unless you're playing like very specific titles. Wow, already look at the difference that medium did. Holy crap, look at our performance. We are like half of that. Interesting. Like, we went from pretty much a rock solid to 60 to just like 30. Like, that's kind of wild. And all we did was go to medium. I'm glad I didn't go all the way to high then. I wonder what high would have ended up doing. 'Cause this is pretty brutal. Okay, what are the buttons here? Like, what am I missing? Hold up. Is there like a... Am I dumb? Yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't like overthink boot times in general. Windows kind of just tends to slow down as things are added in. It's like, it's such a weird OS. Wow, I am like stun locked in the corner here. Can I like move, please? Yeah, a 30 FPS feels rough. Like, you could barely see the characters swinging the sword because it's so, like, weird. Yeah, pretty much. Like, Windows is just such a weird OS. It's, like, so sensitive to, like, the weirdest things. Okay, how am I supposed to dodge that? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do against this guy. Like, what am I missing here? Man, that's crazy that we just pretty much lost half the FPS just for going with medium, though.
This can't be happening.
Okay, why do I keep losing here? Someone help me with this. Someone explain to me what I'm doing wrong, because I am confused at this point. But this does give us an opportunity to try messing with the settings a bit more, actually. We're just sticking to the same area. Because I actually really want to see what high is going to end up doing here. Yeah, I've been playing some of Mafia 3 on here just to like, I want to progress a little bit further in the campaign and stuff like that, but it's been rough. It's been really, really rough. Like, you have to go down really low in settings to get it to be even somewhat playable. And it's one of those games where going down to the lowest settings looks heavy, heavy, heavy. Okay, the game itself now feels like it's running in slow motion here. This is brutal. But at least now the high setting will hide my terrible gameplay. I could just blame the game. Oh my god. Yeah, it's at the high settings right now, and it is chugging along. I'm probably gonna like raise the TDP after this. I want to see if raising the TDP will actually improve any of the performance here. Oh, trust me, I'm playing with a controller and this feels awful. I can't imagine what it would be like to try to play a game with like a keyboard right now, like a mouse and keyboard. Like, just look at those frame time charts. Like, we get spikes all the way up to like 75 milliseconds. That's kind of insane. Surprisingly, I'm getting hit less now. I guess the performance isn't just bad for me. It's bad for them as well. Oh, I'm doing cool things. I mean, less cool because it's like running at 2 FPS, but it's cool things. Yeah, see, look, all I needed was just the game to run at like 2 speed. Please stop. The only issues that I ever had with the drivers were just the fact that Windows Update is stupid and loves to roll back your drivers. Yeah, right? I guess the game running at half speed was just what I needed. But yeah, like Windows Update would do this really, really stupid thing where it would roll back your drivers for no reason. And it would happen at the worst possible times. There would be times where I would be in a game and it would just flash a black screen because it just rolled back the drivers and the game would just essentially crash. Yeah, it's so ridiculous because pretty much what you have to do is you have to go to the device manager and tell it to roll back the drivers to essentially like the actual up-to-date ones and pretty much tell Windows that, hey, these are broken, do not do this anymore. Like, you pretty much have to beg Microsoft to just leave you alone. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how that works. It's why I really want SteamOS 3 to just be good. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's really, really stupid. I might actually do a video about that just because it seems to be a common enough problem and it was super annoying to try to solve on my own. That it's just like, if you guys are dealing with that also, gotta give you guys the fix on that because it's honestly ridiculous. It happens to both Windows 10 and Windows 11. It just seems to be an overall issue with like how they do the updates, because the way that it works is both Nvidia and AMD essentially submit qualified drivers to like Microsoft, and Microsoft will then put those within the Windows Update library essentially. But those drivers are usually a few versions behind. So it's just one of those things where it's like, it's a ridiculous move. Like, I get why they do it. It's one of those things where I can't hate too much just because of the fact that most people don't update their computer. What do you mean by Wattman error? Like, where are you seeing that? Wow, how did this guy not see me at all? Dog, are you okay? Hello there. That was a weirdly long pause. Very, very long pause for a murder there. All right. I'm going to switch the TDP of it. I'm going to raise it to like 25 watts. I want to see if that actually improves any of this. So let me just let me switch scenes real quick. Do that while I switch these settings. Because I unfortunately have to use the AMD APU tuning utility to change it, since HP wasn't kind enough to provide some already made presets. I really regret not going with the Lenovo. But it's one of those things where it's just like, this is what I have, gotta kind of just roll with it. Oh, yeah. All of that is related to the driver rollback, because it's really dumb, because what they're doing is they're only installing the driver, right? They're not installing the Adrenaline, like, tools and all of that. So what ends up happening is you'll have a more up-to-date version of like the Adrenaline software while your driver is older. So there's a weird conflict happening there. Like, it's really ridiculous how they just operate all of that. I would like to be able to test out 8 gigabytes of RAM, but it's one of those things where I would literally have to open up the system and swap out the RAM. It would not be a problem if it wasn't for the fact that the way that these HP laptops are designed, if you want to open them regularly, you are destroying the feet. Like, the rubber that is the feet will be absolutely annihilated. Yeah, I mean, in general, you should be fine with updating your BIOS. I normally don't update a BIOS if it's not necessary, but it's one of those things where you're probably fine just doing that. Yeah, the whole soldered RAM thing on Lenovo is annoying, but you could still get dual channel on there. And like, as long as you have that, you're pretty much good. Putting up the APU tuning utility right now. It's just taking a while to open. Sometimes it just does that. It'll take a little while to open. Settings should be applied now. Yep, TDP seems to be raised there, though it doesn't seem like it's going all the way up to the 25 watts. Might just, the game itself might just not want that. Oh my god, yeah, it's definitely not improving anything at the high setting here. Oh no, we just triggered one of the robots that murders us. Run, run, run! Okay, we might drop this back down to medium. In fact, there's no might. We're definitely dropping this back down to medium. Definitely needs to go back down to medium. Okay, graphics options. Yeah, okay, medium. Okay, medium does not seem like it's going to be that much of an improvement, but let's hope. Let's hope that the raised TDP will be more than enough here. Oh my god, we're getting stomped out. Holy crap. Oh yeah, Dell is just some of the worst when it comes to their drivers and stuff like that. Oh my god, I am being chased down and murdered slowly here. And unfortunately, it seems raising the TDP is not enough to salvage the medium setting. It really seems like low is the way to go. Because, I mean, low was a lock 60. Like, let's just switch to that, actually, just to see the difference. You know, after testing so many games, I've really just come to the conclusion at this point that you really don't need to test for very long to really find out how a game performs. The game will tell you within the first few minutes how it's going to perform. It depends, obviously, especially for like story-driven games. Certain areas will be more demanding than others. So you kind of just have to know the game a lot of the time. But you really don't need to like sit there and play it for like 8 hours straight to like understand how it performs. Within 30 minutes, you'll know. We're probably going to die as soon as I unpause this, but that's fine. But I'm not sure what you mean by that question. What kind of configurations are those? Oh. Yeah, oh my god, it just feels so much better when you go to the lowest settings. And honestly, do you guys see any difference in terms of graphics? Because I really don't. I really, really, really don't. But maybe it's just the fact that it just performs that much better. Yeah, it really does not look that visually different considering the fact that we would just lose half the FPS from raising it up one.
Raiden, what's wrong?
Oh, and of course I end up dying there.
Raiden? Raiden!
Yeah, I don't know what exactly was killing the
Very good,
performance
Raiden.
there, in
Now,
all
keep
honesty.
heading for refinery.
Like it seems like almost insane how big of a difference there is. Oh, wait, can I pick this up? Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Oh, cool. Wait, how do I use it? Okay, well, it has a travel time. Yeah, there's so many games out there that honestly don't really have like any major differences in terms of the graphics settings. You just kill performance for no reason. It's probably anti-aliasing, but I don't notice it on the screen here. Like, I feel like for a 15-inch screen, you just don't need heavy AA at all. Like, it's super unnecessary. And some games will go crazy with the amount of AA that they'll put in. Like, some games will just go crazy with, like, high graphics settings, just, like, with going with, like, 8x anti-aliasing, and you'll never need that. Ever, ever, ever. They just do it just to, like, artificially increase the demand. Let go of me, dude. But we could test out some other games. Is there anything in particular you guys want to see right now? But I have a few games installed, and like I have gigabit internet, so we might even be able to like download something. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the reason for like having high AA settings like on a laptop really. I can maybe see it on a desktop, like if you have like a 27-inch desktop. But it really seems like such an unnecessary move. Yeah, honestly, I feel like 1080p is like the sweet spot for like 14-inch displays. Like, I don't know why there are 14-inch laptops that have like 1440p displays or 1600p displays. Like, you're killing your battery life and you're pretty much just raising the performance requirements of like games for no reason. It doesn't look better, really. Like, I don't think most people can notice the difference between 1080p or like 1440p on a 13-inch display of all things. Let's be afraid of me. Oh, when can I stab him in the head, though? Come on. Wait, when the part is glowing like that, does it mean it's tender enough for me to slice off? Well, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I really don't get it. Like, it doesn't even make sense from a content consumption perspective. Just because of the fact that it's like, what content are you watching on there really that requires that? Like, let's be real.
What's wrong?
Oh my god,
Oh,
I'm
but
getting
answer me.
destroyed here.
Raiden? Raiden! Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading
Like, I
for
was
refinery.
looking at a Lenovo system that had it was a 13-inch machine. Like, it's one of their like mini like ThinkPad Nanos or something like that. And like the thing had like a They said it was like a 2.5 or 2.6K display, and it's like, why? It does so much damage to your battery life, like because you're rendering way more pixels than you really need to. Yeah, I would rather have a high refresh rate display easily, like 1080p 144 hertz over 1440p any day. Any day. Because even with an APU like this, and I've been seeing like Dell actually sells a system that has like a high refresh rate display with a 5625U. In Mafia 3, while testing it out, really at the lowest possible settings that I ended up going to, it was the best I could get was like an average of 40 with 1% lows that were going down into the 20s. It really just was not a comfortable experience at all. Like, if you're a fan of the Mafia games, I really would not recommend playing Mafia 3 on here. Like, I'm currently like working on the video for that, but pretty much just to let you know, it's rough. It is rough. Like, I would not recommend playing it on there at all. Yeah, it was at 720p with the lowest in-game graphics settings, and like the best it could go to was like in the 40s, but those 1% lows were dropping down real low. Wait, how do I reload my my rocket launcher? It says I have 5 rockets, but he's not willing to load them. Oh. Yeah, I think 90 hertz displays should be at least commonplace. 90 hertz is like a nice bump without like at least, because another thing is higher refresh rate does actually affect your battery life as well. And I think 90 hertz is at least a sweet spot for like most everyday systems, because you're not really going to be reaching all the way up to like 144 hertz like in a lot of games with this APU. But in the ones that you can, it's a nice enough bump that it will make the experience better. Because I've been seeing that there are some systems that are like specifically OLED systems that come with like 90 hertz displays, which is pretty nice. Yeah, like for the games that you want that high refresh rate, you can get it. Like games like CSGO, like Valorant, like Rocket League, you can get those numbers, you know? And I mean, those are really the ones that you want that experience to be like good in. Like, I wish 120 hertz would at least become more standard, but I would settle for like 90 hertz. Like, easily. Because, like, I understand from a manufacturer's perspective, at least, that, like, they're afraid that the lower battery is going to make people, like, not want to buy the systems. But at least make it easy to switch between the two. Like, there's no reason that they shouldn't put a button that lets you toggle the refresh rate. Like, go between 60 and, like, 90. Like, 90 when you want to go into, like, gamer mode, you know? Oh, a game of Warzone on this? I can barely win a game of Warzone on my desktop with a 2070 Super. If you think I'm going to be winning with a system like this, you are grossly overestimating how good I am at Warzone. Like, it would be rough. I would have to play with some buddies and they would have to carry me while I just lag my way through this. I'm pretty much just running around right now because I'm very close to dying. I'm just gonna run and poke, run and poke. Oh, I should have kept running and poking. Okay, I have not paid attention at all to how the gameplay in this works, so I just keep getting clapped up, specifically because I also keep talking a lot. I've not paid attention to anything. Yeah, I need to start doing the pairing. It's just one of those things where I just start like hacking and slashing instead of just like, you know, timing those. Yeah, Platinum games, like, they're very, like, showy, but there's a lot of depth to their gameplay. Like, a lot of depth. Or it's just one of those things where, like, you try to treat it like a hack and slash like I've been, and you're gonna have a rough time. Like, you really, like, you can learn a lot in the actual gameplay mechanics. You can do some pretty interesting stuff. Oh, come on. Try to sneak past them. Whoa, did he just suicide bomb me? Did not think that they'd do that. Oh my god. If I get clapped up here one more time, we can switch over to another game and actually try it out. Because we pretty much have seen enough of this to know that the way to go is just the lowest setting. Because that medium, I was blown away by how much like medium affected the gameplay. Oh, you know what's a game that I've actually been playing a lot on here? Monster Hunter Rise. I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter Rise. Like on my desktop and on here, I've been playing it a lot. Because sometimes I'll just be like downloading a game and like while waiting for it to download, I'm like, what do I do? And I'll just open up Monster Hunter Rise and just like do a mission or two while things download. I've tried Dolphin on here, but the biggest issue that I have with just like the emulation stuff is finding the ROMs. Like, I know you could just, you know, look around on the internet and sail the high seas and find them, but I don't know where to get a good amount of them. Specifically for like the bigger games, because you could find, you know, like SNES and like all of that old stuff really easily. But like finding like GameCube and like Switch games, or not Switch, but like Wii U games and stuff like that is really difficult. I don't know if there's a way to bypass it. I would not be surprised if they tie the physics to the FPS. Because, I mean, when we were running at, like, less than 30, the game was slowing down. Like, it was running at half speed. So, I would not be surprised if they're one of those, yeah, our physics, it's the frame rate type games. What is the block button, or is parrying the only way to block? Like, I'm guessing that's how it is. You gotta, like, just parry. Okay, there we go. Nice of that guy to just stand there waiting. Oh yeah, just yank that out. Okay, so there's pretty much just no penalty to just spamming the parry. Where did the other walker go? I hear him. You like right under me? Oh, there he is. Wouldn't it be so sad if this one dude is like what kills me? Oh, come on. Let me slice you up, my guy. Okay, well, we actually got through that. Nice. But I kind of do want to switch over to another game. So we could do that right now. I don't know if there's going to be like a save point here. Because I definitely am going to be testing this out more. And there's going to be like a dedicated video for this. But like the stream is mostly just so you guys can see like how I go about, you know, doing some of the testing sometimes. Because normally I'll play the game for a little bit and then I'll actually start doing the number testing just to make sure that there's no like weird anomalies. Because there will be some times where like I will test the game and everything will seem fine, but then a little while into it, crashes will become more apparent, or there will be sometimes certain scenes that will trigger crashing. Now, obviously, I can't test the entirety of a game, but I will like to test like at least enough of it where I can like make a conclusion at least. But switching to another game, let's do that right now. Let's see what we have installed here. I have tested out Devil May Cry 5, but that was a while ago. Like a good while ago. And that was before I started doing the testing with like the different settings. Like there's a lot of older videos that I have where I pretty much only did like the 25 watt TDP. Because like pretty much back then I was kind of just figuring out the format of how I wanted to do things. And like now that I do the testing with the 15 watt TDP, 25 and 30 watt sometimes, then I kind of want to go back and redo some of those games. But now I would have to look back in my library and figure out, oh, I've already done this video, but it was, you know, underdone essentially. So in terms of options on what we could test out right now, what I have downloaded is, well, we have Monster Hunter Rise. We have Mankind Divided. We have Necromunda Hired Gun. We have Raid World War II. Left 4 Dead 2. Quantum Break. Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition. Saints Row 4. What else do I have on here? Dead Rising 2. Does any of that sound interesting to you guys? I also have Borrowed Trauma on here. I'm kind of trying to decide right now what would be a good one to test out. Hired Gun? I might actually do Hired Gun, honestly. I'm curious to see how that one would run on there. Quantum Break would be another good one just because it's like very like, I would imagine cutscene focused. So it could be like a pretty chill stream one. Yeah, I'm trying to see what else I have downloaded because I think I also have some stuff downloaded from Epic. Just opening that up right now. Oh, and of course I have stuff downloaded from the Game Pass. Let's see in total what I actually have here. Yeah, from the Game Pass, I actually downloaded We Happy Few and Wolfenstein Youngblood. I've been actually playing a little bit of We Happy Few just to see how it runs. And I was pleasantly surprised. Just because I had heard that the game itself performs pretty badly. So I was like a little worried on how it would run, but I was pleasantly surprised. Not to say that it was something incredible, but... Okay, so on Epic, I pretty much only have Chivalry 2 downloaded, but that is in need of an update, so that is out of the way. We can't do Wolfenstein. We could just jump into Wolfenstein and like see how that runs. It would be a pretty easy one. So which one do you think? Should we go Hired Gun or Wolfenstein? It pretty much is down to those two. Like, they're the ones I'm the most curious about right now. And speaking of upcoming games, I am really looking forward to Gotham Knights. Like, I've been playing through Arkham. What was the most, or the last one? Arkham Knight. Yeah, I've been playing through Arkham Knight recently, just to do like a new video on it. Since, you know, it was one of the ones that I only tested with one setting. Alright, Wolfenstein. Alright, we'll go Wolfenstein. And like, it has just had me excited for more like Batman games. an Arkham Knight or Gotham, the new like Gotham game coming out. Yeah, Gotham Knights. I'm cautiously optimistic for it. I say cautiously just because of the fact that some of the gameplay of it does remind me of like more like bullet spongy type games. Opening up Wolfenstein right now. Oh, are you talking about like the upcoming like Spider-Man game, like the Sony one? Like the one made by what's the company called? Like Insomniac? Because if you're talking about that one, I am super hyped. I've like it was literally the only reason I was even considering getting a like PlayStation. Because normally I don't like to have consoles just because of the fact that the games are super expensive and I know I will rarely play it. Yeah, I mean I'm expecting Wolfenstein or rather the Spider-Man game to not run well on these APUs. Like I'm hoping that they let you actually control the hell out of the settings and maybe get them to run on there, but I really don't expect them to. I just don't. Oh, game is not showing up. Let me see. Problem with using a capture card sometimes is that it does not play nicely with some games for some reason. Let's see if it's working now. Nope, still not showing up. Why? Yeah, I haven't picked up Detroit Become Human yet, but I definitely am looking forward to it. It depends on what you mean by possible. Can you launch the game and it will open? Yes. Will you get a really enjoyable gaming experience out of probably one of the best story games ever made? Probably not. Probably not. I would really just I would hold out until you could play it on a better system, you know? It's just one of those things where like I love the game so much that I would recommend that you just wait it out. I don't know why the capture card is not liking Wolfenstein right now. But it does this sometimes with certain games where it just like borks up. It just does not like change. I actually don't know if they fixed the low quality textures bug also that was happening in the game. Like I'm talking about God of War specifically. Nvidia really seems to have like really bad relationships with like most OEMs, at least in terms of like console stuff. Because like they actually made the GPU for like the PlayStation 3, I believe. It was just super underpowered. Super underpowered. Okay, now we got the game showing up. Here we go. All right, let's go to the settings. Obviously, it has a built-in benchmark. We're not going to do that right now. What is the profile set to? Let's go with low. Oh my god, what is this? TSSAA. Which anti-aliasing is this, and why is it like a ridiculously high amount? I actually have not tried out any cloud gaming stuff in a long time. Like, I tried out the GeForce Now a while ago, just because I got like a free sub for it for a little while, but it was like not really worth it. I don't know if I'm not sure which type of AA is this. Is this good or is this bad? Because I went with the low preset and it's setting it. So I'm guessing it's good, right? Like, should I turn it off or leave it like that? You know, we'll just go with what it wants for the low preset. We'll just go like that. Really, you're having a crashing problem with Detroit. I'm probably going to be picking it up maybe during the next Steam sale. Because I ended up buying like 10 different games in like the last one. So I kind of burnt through a lot of funds there. Yeah, you got to lower the render resolution for God of War. And it's just one of those things where it's like, again, it's such a good story-driven game that I don't see the point in playing it at an inferior setting. Like, I'm willing to wait for single-player games to play them at better settings than have a poor experience with them. Oh, I forgot to switch the TDP back to 15 watts. Well, we'll leave it at the 25 watts anyway.
Remember, girls, you are the daughters of the man who killed Adolf.
Okay, so we are. Oh my God, yeah. look at the FPS we're at right now. Not looking great right now, at least for 1080p at the 25 watt TDP. It is, of course, not going all the way up there. Don't really know why it's not. Even our GPU is actually fluctuating a lot more than I expected. I'm playing this with a controller right now just because like I don't have my my mouse set up with like the laptop, so this is going to be kind of brutal because I really hate playing FPS games with a controller, but I will make do. Yeah, I have gigabit, so I'm curious to try out the cloud stuff. Specifically, though, what I'm curious about is latency, because it's not necessarily a bandwidth problem that most people have. It's a latency issue. But I would imagine for a single-player game like God of War, like, why would you need, like, super high latency or super low latency, rather? Yeah, a lot of the APUs are configured to have like essentially like a temporary boost. So like the 5500U, if I don't use the APU tuning utility to like lock it to essentially 15, it will at first use its boost that goes all the way up. Like it starts off at 30 and it's at 30 for around 30 seconds. Then it drops down to like around 28 down to 25 for like the next like minute, and then by like the 3-minute mark it's all the way down to 15 watts. So usually to just skip all of like the boost stuff and like having it affect the numbers, I will just lock the TDP just straight to like 15 watts because that's where it like levels off to. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like as long as you're not trying to play CS:GO like through streaming, I really don't see how like the latency will be that big of a problem for most people. Ooh, man, the 1% lows are pretty brutal right now. Not too bad considering that our FPS is at 30, but it's one of those things where even with a controller this can feel pretty heavy. And aiming with a controller is crazy, dude. I don't know how people play FPS games like this. Yeah, this is running at 1080p right now. Like that was the default set too. It was 30, or rather 1080p. We're pretty much at like a 30 FPS. So those 1% lows aren't looking too hot. I've tried to do those custom installs of Windows 10, but I found that specifically if you use Game Pass a lot, it really starts to get weird with it. It really, really does not seem to like those custom versions of Windows. Because like I tried like one I think the person that made it is like called like Ghost Spectre or something like that. It was one that was like recommended a lot. It definitely like helped a bit with 1% lows in certain games, but like Game Pass just ended up being such a like pain in the ass that I pretty much just ended up switching back to like Windows 11. I've actually been using Windows 11 for like a good while now on the laptops, and I really don't see that big of an issue with it. It's one of those things where I wouldn't upgrade from Windows 10 if you're pretty much comfortable and you don't want to like break anything. But it's one of those things where like the amount of hate that Windows 11 got, I think is a little ridiculous. Like it's a little too much like fanboy bandwagoning. I mean, there's fundamental problems with Windows in general, but they're present in Windows 10 also. You know, like a lot of the main core issues with Windows are present in Windows 10 as well. So the hate for Windows 11 is a little weird. Okay, 8431, that's the code for it. The performance that we're getting here is a little brutal because considering that we're like in interior areas. Yeah, it's the store that ends up having like
Let's take a look and see if we can find
what was it? 8431, right? Yeah.
These Nazi assholes did not expect the Blaskowitz sisters.
Totally, dude.
Atlas OS. I'm gonna have to look into that because the Ghost Spectre one did end up giving me issues. Like as long as they could keep the store intact and like, you know, not give me any issues with that, I'd be happy. Ooh, that was a pretty major stutter. Whoa, that guy was quick on the trigger. Yeah, no, I get the struggle. Like, I remember playing the original Star Wars Battlefront at that resolution, getting 15 frames per second, and having the best time of my life. Like, it's funny what we can tolerate as kids, and also when we just want to play a game and have fun. Like, we're willing to just put up with so much. Yeah, the telemetry stuff in Windows is ridiculous. That, and I hate like Microsoft's Defender, like Windows Defender, just because like it just chooses to run at the worst possible times. You could just be chilling and then out of nowhere it's just like, hey, yeah, I just need to use like 50% of your CPU right now desperately.
Keep it up, sis. You're a goddamn champ.
Yeah, like honestly, some of my fondest memories are of games that ran like absolute trash. It's funny how like the nostalgia goggles will hide all of that. But I think it really just points out that like performance doesn't matter that much. The overall experience of a game is what matters the most. Fired by you, okay. Yeah, pretty much that's how it is, you know, because it's like it's one of those things where once you can afford a system where you can play your games at the highest settings and all that, you don't have the time to play them. So you kind of just have like, usually most of the time, a really expensive Minecraft machine. Because like I have so many friends who like, you know, once they got jobs and everything, built computers, and literally all they do is play Minecraft because that's all they have the time for. Yeah, see, like the nostalgia of like those older games, even if they ran like absolute crap for us, it's just like those memories just stay with you forever. Way more than any game that I've played at ultra settings on like my 2070 Super.
Hell yeah.
That is a big boy. You know, now that I've been playing this for a little bit, I'm getting used to the performance on it, and this is honestly not that bad at all. Like, this is more than doable. Yeah, I'm always so surprised by the amount of people that actually try to play on integrated graphics, but it makes sense. Like, if you look at the Steam hardware survey and just like sales volumes in general, Intel integrated graphics are the most used GPUs in the world by a significant margin. You know, like that is part of the benefit of like Intel having their iGPU on pretty much all of their systems. Like you get like some really, really like widespread adoption for their, you know, like their GPUs. Like the amount of people that played on like a Celeron and a Pentium, and even like even if you had like one of their core series CPUs, you know, like an i3, an i5, or even an i7. There's a lot of people that played on those like integrated graphics. And like, man, back then they were bad. Bad, bad, bad. Like we're kind of living in a golden age of integrated graphics right now. Because like back then you had two choices. You went with an Intel CPU where you at least had some decent IPC for the CPU, but the GPU was dog water. Or you went with an AMD APU where you got at least a decent GPU out of it, but the CPU, that was back when like Bulldozer and Piledriver were the thing, and my god were those terrible. Like absolutely, absolutely terrible. Like, I've been a fan of APUs for a really, really long time, but I would be lying if I said that they've been good for any remote amount of time, really. Like, it wasn't until Ryzen came out that I thought APUs had finally reached a point where they're very usable. Like, HP laptop that he got, and it had, like it was one of those, like, I think it might have been, like, either an A4 or an A6. I forgot what exactly naming scheme AMD was using back then. But it was one of like the more like towards the bottom of the stack APUs. And Minecraft was struggling. You know, like vanilla Minecraft was struggling on that. Let alone modded with anything good on it. I really don't think the Far Cry would be playable with 8 gigabytes of RAM, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tested that. Like, part of me feels like just picking up another system with the 5500U that only has 8 gigabytes of RAM just to, like, make the testing easier, but that just seems almost excessive. Like, I would need to be making, like, actual money off of the channel to, like, justify that, because, like, right now, like the channel's monetized, but, like, I don't think I need to explain to you guys that YouTube monetization doesn't make anything. Really? Does it actually perform well with like just the 8 gigabytes? Like what? How are the 1% lows? Because that seems to be the biggest hit that ends up happening with like the RAM. It's just 1% lows take a huge dive because you have to be swapping out the RAM constantly. Yeah, those A6s were just crazy, crazy bad. Like, obviously you can't complain too much because like what was available at the market at the time, honestly. Like your options were very limited, and that was at least some way to get a decent enough gaming experience. But we're definitely living in a golden age right now. Like by a significant margin. Cuz like I mean like an A6 back then, within a year or two, it was so outdated, it was practically unusable. If you have a, like, 2200G, still to this day, you can still do pretty well in some games. Like, it's mostly just limited by the fact that it's only 4 cores, 4 threads. Yeah, I mean, back then, having a quad core really wasn't that big of a benefit because literally nothing would use those extra cores, and the single cores being so bad, it would actually like make the gaming experience worse. But in general, the GPU was just so much better that a lot of the times it just made it more worth it. Yeah, with 16 gigabytes of RAM, Far Cry 6 runs decent enough, but I'm curious if 8 gigabytes would actually be doable. Because, like, I know for, like, modern games, they're really, really sensitive about the amount of RAM that you have available.
Yeah. I just hope I get the time to
I actually
write it all
don't
down.
own DayZ. I had it at one point, and I ended up, like, refunding it just because, like, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, playing early access broken games. And, I mean, DayZ was that for the longest time. What are we doing here? Are we going up ourselves? What's going on? Am I just climbing up?
Can't do this by myself, so give me a hand.
I got lost in talking here that I have completely lost to where I was supposed to go here. But I think this is a good spot to actually try to change some of the settings. Because honestly, the 30 FPS did not feel too bad, but I am playing with a controller. Like I would imagine if you're on a mouse and keyboard yourself. Like I'm gonna just disable the AA just to see if that actually improves the performance at all. Wait, did it actually apply it? It did not. I hate the way that they do their like layout here where you have to go all the way up and hit the apply changes button. Yeah, no, that did not seem to have done anything visually other than like things look kind of sharper, honestly. So wait, was I actually supposed to go over here? Is this the right way? Where are we supposed to be going here? Did I make it all the way up there? Holy crap, I could. But this, yeah, apparently that like we're sisters here. I don't know how I feel about this game too much, just because like I love the Wolfenstein games, and I was excited for a co-op game with it, but they kind of made the enemies very bullet spongy. Yeah, like it was a huge emphasis on the co-op, but I think they did it in a way that I don't like too much, just because like I like in Wolfenstein how you could just straight up like murder everybody. And like this doesn't really seem to let you do that all too much, in the sense that like a lot of the enemies are very unnecessarily thick. I don't know if there's actually like any like difficulty setting. I would imagine the AI is just dumb. Like that's always the assumption that I make in games, that the AI is just dumb because companies very rarely put a lot of effort into their AI.
I wish Daddy could see us now.
Oh, come on. Can I go up there? There has to be a way to get up there. Okay.
Hey, Jess. You went hunting with Dad. What did you talk about?
Ain't telling, Soph. Why don't you go hunting with him yourself sometime?
I only hunt Nazis, Jess, not animals.
Actually, we could try dropping the resolution down. We could drop it down to like, let's try 900p. Maybe 900p would be enough to like give us a nice boost. Because the FPS that we're getting isn't too bad. Okay, that already just feels a lot nicer. So where did this lead? Where am I supposed to go from here? Ooh. Wait, what is the weapon wheel button? There it is. Okay. Yeah, honestly, that's a pretty nice improvement. Considering, like, we just dropped the resolution down a bit. I know that, like, Lenovo actually sells some laptops with this APU that actually have a 900p display. And that doesn't really seem like that bad of a move. Okay, wait, where am I supposed to go from here? What am I missing here? Wait, can I make it? Oh. Oh, wow, look at her flexing on me like that. Yeah, that's another thing, like, your character levels up and stuff like that, and, like, maybe I'm just a boomer, but, like, I like games that kind of just put you in there and you just shoot bad guys, you know? Like, I don't need, like, complicated stuff like abilities and, like, stuff like that. Uh, no, because a lot of the times the GPU will reach max clocks, like, relatively quickly. Okay, that was a flashlight tutorial, and I just completely skipped over it. That was tragic. I probably should have paid attention. Let me see what the controls are for that. Hello? Settings? Okay. Flashlight. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, the flashlight is this. Everything down here. Funny how like flashlights in video games have just conditioned me to expect like horror stuff. Because every horror game has to have you walking around with a flashlight. It is down here. Are we supposed to be going down? I assume yes. I don't really know what other direction it would want us to go. That seems like it's somewhere to go. Yeah, no. Going down to 900p is really the way to go. This just feels so significantly better. Like, there's no point in, like, doing anything else. Like, 1080p is out of the question. Honestly, you don't need to drop down to 720p. Like, this feels nice. But keep in mind, I am using a controller right now. So, like, it could just feel worse with the mouse and keyboard. Whoa! Whoa! That is a big boy. Yeah, these dudes eat bullets. I think it does actually have dynamic resolution. I just don't have that enabled right now. Wow, that dude popped me so quick. You gonna pick me up? You gonna pick me up there? You could pick me up, you know? Hello?
Let's shoot some Nazis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does actually. Let me check the settings and see if that's in there. Might be in the advanced settings. Let's see. Yeah, they have a resolution scaling thing. Yeah, okay, they have adaptive resolution scaling. So yeah, they have like the auto resolution scaling. We could actually test that out. See what that does for the performance. Though if we're gonna do that, let's just go back to the full 1080p resolution. All right, there we go. 1080p resolution. Let's see if the dynamic resolution scaling will do anything for us here. Just stop that and restart it. Oh, you could already see it like working if we pan around quickly enough. You'll see certain things will be like at their low quality. It definitely does not feel as good as just dropping down to the full 900p. Like I could feel those drops down to like the 30s more. It's not too bad though. Yeah, I think more games should really like have like adaptive resolution and stuff like that. Although things like FSR and like DLSS have kind of just made like developers not really want to do any of that. Like they more than likely just implement one of those two. Hopefully just FSR. But there are certain benefits to just using the dynamic resolution over using FSR or DLSS, because they can introduce some pretty noticeable like ghosting and things like that. The game that we're playing here is Wolfenstein Youngblood. Currently running it at the lowest in-game graphics settings, and we have the dynamic resolution scaling on. So it's pretty much just adaptively adjusting its resolution. And not all dynamic resolution scaling is going to be the same. Some are more aggressive than others. It really just depends on how like the developers configure it. So it's not like a universally the same thing. Whoa, we destroyed this man's legs. Holy shit. Love it. Is he just eating these bullets? Like, why was that doing nothing to him? Yeah, FSR is the saving grace of Far Cry, because it really just cannot do anything without FSR. Yeah, actually, I need to test that soon, because I've been paying for the Ubisoft like Plus subscription service for months now for no reason. Like it would be so easy to just like cancel that after testing all the games in like 1 month, but I've just been so lazy when it comes to that, and I've cost myself a lot. Yeah, I really hope that the adoption of FSR 2.0 is going to be like more widespread than the original FSR. Because FSR 2.0 definitely fixes a lot of the problems that the original FSR had. Because especially at the lower settings, which is realistically what most of us are going to be using, because, you know, these APU systems kind of need you to be on the performance preset. The performance preset can look pretty brutal when it's FSR 1.0, you know? Oh, I'm playing a Wolfenstein Youngblood. This is pretty much currently just running at the lowest in-game settings, but we have the dynamic resolution scaling on. There's like nothing to shoot here or anything. Yeah, pretty much, and a pretty bad one at that. Like the sharpening wasn't great. It was like, it would really kill the visual quality of a lot of games. So I'm way more optimistic about 2. What I'm really curious to see is what like Intel's version is going to be like what their AI upscaler is going to be like. Because, man, have you guys seen any of the stuff related to the Arc GPUs that are going to be launching soon? Because am I the only one that's like kind of disappointed? I'm kind of really disappointed more than anything else. Like, it's just coming out so late, and the level of performance that they're getting isn't looking great, and it really seems like if you don't, holy crap, if you don't have, like, if you, pretty much you're going to have driver issues. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's actually going to end up looking, because at least the demos that they showed, it looked better than FSR, though that's not saying much. Yeah, I saw Linus's video on that Arc laptop, and man, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, that like maybe it's just early driver issues, but I mean, how long have we been talking about driver issues with Intel? Like, come on. Like, at some point, they got to grow up, you know? Like, they got to be called out for, like, their issues. Yeah, like, I was really hoping that closer to the launch, they were going to go crazy with, like, the driver updates and stuff like that. I actually don't even have the 1135 G7 system anymore. Like, I pretty much ended up just, like, selling it off because Intel really just ended up, like, not showing me anything worthwhile. Like, their driver updates were just so infrequent and, like, not good enough. Like, I want to be excited, but I just can't be. But it is a first-gen product. No, I ended up returning that one just because I ended up actually having issues with it. In the sense that, like, the battery life of it was just ungodly bad. Like, I'm going to be getting another Intel system, but I'm going to wait until there's one that's, like, actually better overall. Oh, yeah, the 5625U is, in general, going to perform better in games. I actually really like the 5625U. Like, it's really one of my favorite, like, APUs that you can get right now. Like, legitimately. Whoa! Yo, pick me up. Pick me... Oh, wait. Are they also hurt? Oh, we might both be hurt here. Yeah, the problem is the i7s are so expensive. Like, I hate the way that Intel does it because the 80EU Iris graphics suck. They just do. They are just objectively way worse than anything that AMD has available right now. So, like, that's just a rough spot to be in general. And, like, it's only the 96EU version that really competes. And that's locked behind i7s that are so grossly expensive. Yo, what is this dude doing? Like, how does he have just these superpowers? I don't understand. I thought this was Wolfenstein. Yeah, pretty much that's the way to look at it. If a 5500U can handle a game, then a 6600U is just going to do significantly better. I pick you up. I don't know if you could actually swap out a touchscreen display into here. Like, I don't know if, like, there's, like, actual replacement parts like that available. Hey, yo, when is this dude gonna die? Like, I feel like nothing is doing anything to him. I don't know if, like, this specific model is actually, like, regularly touchscreen. Like, I've only ever seen it available with just normal screens. Because this is the HP Pavilion 15. But yeah, like, at the price ranges that these systems sell at, really, so far, it's like the 5625U is, like, what I think is the best. Nah, like, I wish touchscreens would become just, like, a more, like, standard thing across the board. Just because I think touchscreens, like, especially, like, older people at this point, they understand touchscreens way more than they understand, like, a trackpad or, like, a mouse and keyboard. They really, really do. Like, I think phones and tablets have done a really good job of educating, like, the older population to just understand how to use computing devices more. And I wish Windows would just adopt that, like, more. Yeah, the 5625U with 16 gigabytes of RAM can be kind of a monster, especially like if you play esports titles, because like the increase and like IPC of the CPU is actually really helpful. Because there's a lot of games where like the actual performance that you get like out of the 5500U would be better if the CPU wasn't a limiting factor. Yo, you can let go now, my guy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much just the 56 like 100U again. There's pretty much no differences. Like the only difference really is like kind of just like a stepping difference, and that's about it. Fundamentally, they're the same. Wow, that was just the intro. So far, I think going 900p is probably the way to go with this game, though, because that felt the smoothest. And at least visually, it wasn't like repulsive or anything like that. But like if you're somebody that plays like Valorant or Rocket League or anything like that, the 5625U is like actually really impressive. Really, really impressive.
Can you give us a moment?
Because like if you could get a system that has that and then a 120 hertz display, you're rock solid. You're having an absolute blast in games. The game that's running here is Wolfenstein Youngblood. I don't think the 900p is really going to need the dynamic resolution, because like already we were getting really close to 60 FPS, but we could try it out right now.
Arthur and Kenneth? You're telling me you haven't read the covert adventures of Arthur Pennington and Kenneth Van
Yeah, we
Holzhauser?
could just skip all of these cutscenes. Like I have no idea what's going on. Oh, excellent! Going from one cutscene to the next, and out of nowhere in a destroyed city. Yep, that is the skipping cutscene experience. All right, we're gonna drop down to 900p. We're gonna keep the dynamic resolution on. We're gonna see what that actually does to the performance. Okay, just making sure that it is on and it's set to adaptive. Of course, they got to do the whole go all the way up here and hit apply.
Congratulations, girls. General Winkler is dead.
Interesting.
You really were born to kill Nazis.
Oh, whoa, that was a huge drop that happened there. Yeah, because we're in a way more open area. And like specifically fire effects seem to really kill performance in games. Like I don't know what it is about fire effects, but they really, really just seem to kill performance. Well, should have just been standing there, my guy. Whoa, that is a thick boy. The aim assist is kind of crazy in this game. Like the controller is just ridiculous. Aim assist in a lot of modern games is actually ridiculous. Like I don't know if you guys have ever seen the aim assist in like Call of Duty, but my god, it's kind of insane. Like you pretty much just have an aimbot. Yo, personal space, my guy. About the wall? So far playing it though, it doesn't feel too bad, but you will see like the edges of a lot of things get very, very pixelated. Yeah, that stuff is usually what like gets improved the most from just having a better CPU. Like really, like the 5625U is just a perfected version of this CPU more than anything else. Because the GPU isn't that much better. It's like just the smallest little improvement that is like pretty much non-existent. But the CPU is just overall better. That just makes the experience, especially like at the lower wattages, just so much better. Like at 15 watts, the 5625U is noticeably better than this at the stock setting. Like the efficiency gains that they got out of like out of Zen 3 were actually just super impressive. Like mobile Zen 3 was way more impressive than desktop Zen 3. And I like desktop Zen 3. It's just on mobile, it really just flexed the fact that like its efficiency improvements were just next level. Because like, I mean, you guys saw in a few videos probably where like comparing the 5600U to the 5500U, you can see that like at the 8 watt TDP, the 5600U could actually still play some games. Like it was playable in a lot of titles, honestly, at 8 watts. Like that's kind of insane. You could almost make a handheld device out of that. Yeah, the 56 or the 5500U is Zen 2, but it does have like SMT. So it's 6 threads or 6 cores, 12 threads. And honestly, kind of overkill, but like in the best possible way. Where it's just like more than likely you're not going to need all of those extra cores and stuff like that, but why not have them, you know? Because really like I get that 8 or rather a 4-core 8-thread CPUs are still usable in a lot of things. But why like limit yourself to like the edges of what is acceptable in terms of like gaming when you can just have something that has like so much headroom that realistically within the lifespan of the product you'll never really like you'll never run into a situation where you're core starved. Now the individual IPC might not be as good, but that really doesn't matter in a lot of cases. Like for most games, you're going to be GPU limited anyway. That like the difference between like Zen 2 and Zen 3 isn't that noticeable. But for the games that it is noticeable, it is a nice improvement. Can I rip this off? Nope. I guess we're not badasses. What's this? Waiting code request. So far, I'm actually really happy with how this is performing. Like, we're at 900p with the dynamic resolution scaling at the lowest in-game graphics, and it feels really nice to play. Yeah, I wish that laptops had kept socketed CPUs. Because that's actually how they used to be. In the early days of laptops, we had socketed CPUs. And like it was actually really nice because if you had like a lower tier one, you could always just upgrade to like a higher tier CPU later down the line. Like everything just moving to just the fact that it's all like built in, it's all soldered. It's just, it's made things rough. What, am I supposed to find a code somewhere? Because, like, it would be awesome if, you know, you get a system with a 5500U and, like, later down the line, you could just upgrade to a 5700U if you just wanted more, you know, more cores. Because, like, I mean, laptops nowadays are actually good enough that realistically, you could, like, if they were more flexible, you could make a server out of them, you know? Like imagine, like what is a laptop if not just a PC with with like a battery in it? That's all it is. Like there's no reason you couldn't just use it to like you know, host like your files and stuff like that if you can just hook up enough hard drives to it. The game that we're playing is Wolfenstein Youngblood. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. It's just the fact that, like, if they let you upgrade the systems, you are just not going to buy a new laptop. And God forbid that they don't sell, like, 8 bajillion of these that just end up in landfills anyway. Like, the amount of, like, hardware that would just take so little to actually repair and make usable again that just gets thrown away is so sad. It really, really is. What am I missing here? Where's the code that I'm supposed to find here?
So, help me out over here, will ya?
Like, am I waiting for her to? Oh, okay, there it is. Oh, I just needed to wait for her to tell me. Oh, because it's a co-op game. I guess that makes sense. Wow. Okay, you immediately start getting roasted. Yeah, Framework's laptop has me excited. I really hope that they can actually stick to the whole, like, you can, like, replace the board on them. Like, obviously, it's not the most ideal situation because that's a whole board that you have to replace instead of just, like, a CPU, but Framework is not going to have the pull to go to Intel, of all people, and just be like, hey, yeah, we need you to start making socketed CPUs. Like, they aren't going to have that kind of pull. So that's pretty much, like, the best case scenario where you can at least replace the board. I really hope that they follow through with that because the industry needs it. It really, really does. Because, like, the PC industry is just so built around, like, consumerism that it's ridiculous. Yeah, I think 75 degrees is perfectly acceptable. Like, that is well within the range where I wouldn't really worry about it at all. It's not until, like, it starts to get into, like, the 80s that I start to worry. And, like, I get why Framework went with Intel just because Intel does produce way more, like, way more APUs, really, than AMD does. Because, like, every single CPU that, like, Intel makes has integrated graphics, besides, like, K-series SKUs. So, it, like, they manufacture so much that, like, they have the supply. But, man, do I wish Framework had gone with AMD instead. Yeah, honestly, I'm very curious to see how an eGPU would do like that. Is there any specific GPU that you have in mind to pair with it? Like, do you just have one laying around that you have in mind to try it out? Yeah, I don't really worry about, like, having the temperatures in the 70s, really. Obviously, you'd want them to be as low as possible, but it's one of those things where, like, those temps aren't going to really damage any hardware. So I don't worry about it too much, especially because on laptops, these things are rated to go up to, like, higher temperatures. It's just, for budget systems, I always recommend keep the temps as low as possible. Like, if you could just run things at stock, just run it at stock, honestly. Wait, can I sneak up on this dude? Oh. Oh, okay, that worked. Yeah, the F series. Yeah, I hate the letter naming scheme that that Intel has been using because it's gotten ridiculous. Like, K made sense. K made sense because it's like, okay, you can overclock this. But now you got KF and, like, it's just ridiculous. And then, like, oh my god, 11th gen's naming was ridiculous. Like, what the hell does 1135 G7 mean in relation to the rest of their product stack? Like, what a ridiculous naming scheme. Oh, I think a GTX 1660 Ti is actually a really good pairing for that. That might actually be like really, really great. But man, those are some high temps. Yeah, like it was weird because 11th gen was in an awkward spot because Intel really didn't have the capability of making multiple SKUs because 11th gen was such a disaster. So like the 1135 G7 and 1165 G7 had to fill both like the low power U series like tier and the high performance stuff. This time around they decided to split them in two. Not too happy with how they've done it though, because the U series this generation is using more power than the 1135 G7 did previously, like by a significant margin, even at like the higher performance tier. Like the 1235U pretty much uses more power than a high powered 1135 G7, and the P series is like using enough power that it would be where the H series would have been in previous generations. Like the amount of power that Intel is using on their like CPUs right now is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, their efficiency right now is just god awful. And it's not necessarily the efficiency itself that's a problem, because you can always just limit the TDP and all of that. It's that they take a huge nosedive in performance just from going to like these lower TDPs. And that's why out of the factory, they're just shipping these things with like ridiculous power requirements. Because if they actually matched AMD watt to watt, they would lose by a significant margin. Yeah, like 15 watts is like a nice level of performance out of AMD, and like 15 watts, an Intel system is starving. Yeah, the power requirements that I've been hearing rumored for like the new generations of like GPUs is actually stupid. Like they're gonna murder so many people's like power supplies. Because most people aren't going to really think about it. They're just going to be like, hell yeah, I want to get like a 4080, and not realize that they need a nuclear reactor in their house just to power it. So there's going to be a lot of exploding PSUs. Yeah, like I don't think that, I genuinely don't think that Nvidia is arrogant enough to make a GPU require that much power. Like 600 watts is ridiculous. That's like enterprise grade stuff. But I've been seeing that like they might go up into the 400s, 400 to 500 range for like consumer GPUs. Yeah, for real. Like you are just going to need ridiculous amounts of power. And like most people don't have the power supplies to run this. I don't know if you guys have seen like Gamers Nexus's videos where they like talked about like transient power usage and like GPUs right now, but like even if you have like a power supply that is rated for the wattage, it can't handle the kind of spikes that these GPUs are demanding at like rapid rates. Like people's GP or PSUs are popping all over the place. Like if you go to like forums where people ask for like, you know, tech support, a lot of the times there are a lot of people that have PSUs that have just popped on them and they don't understand why. Wait, has Linus done a video on the RTX 4090? Like, I'm guessing it's just rumor stuff. There's no way that they've already like shown anything really with it. Yeah, I'm trying to like think what other game to test out right now. Yeah, 1000-watt PSU is almost like the bare minimum that you need. If you have a 3090 right now and you have like less than 1000-watt PSU, you are living a very dangerous life. Oh, makes sense. What exactly were they predicting? Like, what was the conclusion that they came to? And like, was it in a video or was it like during WAN show? Honestly, like the power consumption of these GPUs is getting so ridiculous that like I don't know how people are gonna do it really. Because like I mean, the more power you're using, that's just more heat being thrown into your room. And like imagine with the summer heat that we're having here in Texas and like what's going on in Europe, and now imagine having a GPU that is just sucking down 450 to 600 watts and just throwing that into your room. Like Europeans literally just cannot be gamers anymore. If Nvidia and AMD have their way, Europeans will not be able to game anymore. All right, good night, my dude. Yeah, CPUs just use way too much power also. Like, it's just power requirements have been going up dramatically, and, like, the world is just getting hotter and hotter. Like, if anything, this is the time for efficiency. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Everywhere is so hot. I don't know how they want us to just have these, like, actual space heaters sitting next to us just so that we could play Minecraft. Like, that's just, like, it's ridiculous that that's the expectation that they have. All right, well, that was satisfying to see.
Keep it up, sis. You're a goddamn champ.
But yeah, like all they're going to be doing with these GPUs is they're going to make people's rooms way hotter. People are going to have to spend ridiculous amounts of money, and then you're going to have to run your AC 24/7 just so that you can actually play your games. It's just not great. All we could really hope for, though, is that like GPU prices become more reasonable, because realistically, we don't all need to get like a 3080 or 3090 or like a 4080 or 4090. You know, like if things in like the 60 series and 70 series just get to like a better level, like in terms of price, then that's good enough, you know? Because like the 3060 tier has always just been like the most popular, always. Like the 60 series is always the best seller. What does that mean? Like, what is capping the battery threshold? Like, do you mean just like limiting the battery so that it doesn't overcharge? Okay, we made it to like the main base area. Okay, that was a good bit of testing on this. So far, I'm actually very satisfied with the level of performance we got out of this. Oh, we could probably try out one more game. You know, just give one more game a go. Just to see what it's like. Let's bring up let's just exit out of this game and see what we can do. Yeah, HP does not have any software to let you control anything. It's annoying how little HP actually lets you control the systems that you buy. All right, so games that we could test right now, obviously we could try out Necromunda Hired Gun. Could try Hellblade. I have Hades installed. We Happy Few. Let's open up Steam. Obviously, I already did Metal Gear Rising. I have Grid 2 installed. I have Deus Ex. Like Deus Ex Mankind Divided, that is. Really, I'm not the biggest fan of Asus, but I've only used one of their systems, and it was like a 6th gen laptop. It was a gaming laptop. It was like it was an i7 6700 HQ paired with I, back then it was it was a 1060. And like that system was like it was pretty decent. It got really hot though. Really, really hot. But man, back then, mobile GPUs just got me way more excited because of the fact that they were so close to performance to the desktop versions. And we just don't have that anymore. Q was what like they would like call like essentially their like H series back then. Yeah, because it was the i7 6700 HQ. God knows what the hell any of that means, really. Like, you'd have to be like an engineer at Intel to really just be able to break down what the hell that meant. All right, what game should we hop on to? Because I want to test out at least one more before we wrap up here. Let's see, what would be a good one to jump into? My main laptop that I use pretty regularly is the HP Pavilion Aero 13. Like, I tend to actually use that one a lot more than I was expecting to. Like, mostly what I just use it for is, like, when I'm, like, not at my desktop, I do a lot of, like, my work on there. Specifically, a lot of the thumbnails that you see are made on that. Yeah. Yeah, the one with the 5600U. That is pretty much my, like, day-to-day use laptop at this point. I just really like it. I like smaller laptops, really. Like, I think if you care about gaming, then 15 inches is the way to go just because you're going to have more surface area for cooling. But for, like, general use laptop, I really love 13 and 14-inch laptops. They're just so easy to carry around. So easy to carry around. The day-to-day use of them is just so much better. We'll do Saints Row 4 actually, because I'm very curious how Saints Row 4 runs on here. I have not run it at all, so gotta let the initial install process happen. I do think that 4 plus 16 is a pretty bad RAM combo. Just because at that point you only get like 8 gigabytes of dual channel and the rest is just going to be single channel. And like, I mean, if you see a lot of the times when I'm testing games, they will use like 11, 12, 13 gigabytes of like RAM in total. And the fact that any of that is going to have to be running at like single channel is going to be kind of detrimental to the overall experience. I mean, it's certainly like not the worst thing in the world. Okay, so that's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, like those like more exotic configurations, I'm not the biggest fan of. Just because like they do like if you measure it, what they affect the most is the 1% lows. Yeah, you'd be surprised how like weird the configurations can be. Like you will see systems with just like the weirdest combo of like just settings. Like I think 4 GB of soldered any RAM should just not be a thing anymore. Like that is kind of ridiculous. All right, we got Saints Row 4 launched here, so let's switch over to that. Let me just stop the music there. I might actually have to turn off the music in game because I know they use a lot of copyrighted music, and I do not want to get clapped up by the YouTube gods. I don't think I've ever... Yeah, no, I've never played this on here. I only played it on console.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that every now and again a situation arises that
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of them just will have the one soldered thing and then have, you know, the one stick available. It's certainly better than just having straight up 8 GB soldered on that you can't upgrade, but it's definitely not ideal. It's just one of those things where you'll notice it more than anything in the 1% lows. And it's just because like the system essentially has to wait for the memory to swap out, but it's only running at single channel speed, so you're essentially halving the bandwidth available. Like really not the most ideal situation.
It is another to be a hero, and that, my friends, is where our journey begins.
The problem that you would have with 4 GB of LPDDR4X is that has like different memory timings than like any SODIMM sticks. Like it has to be soldered memory essentially. Oh man, I don't think Saints Row 4 is gonna be running that well here at 1080p. I'm surprised that our TDP usage is like so low right now though. I don't know if this is just like a cinematic cutscene or something that like is just a video or something.
Oh, she's tied with the KGB. I feel a lot better.
Look, Bert and I worked with her too. She's fine.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's great at putting someone in a fucking body bag. That doesn't mean we should.
Yeah, like it's definitely gonna be an improvement over just having like no, like not enough RAM. Yeah, I wish that like the iGPUs would actually have like dedicated RAM, like dedicated VRAM.
You're a real people person, aren't you?
I'm sorry, is this a counter-terrorist operation or a Saints Flow shoot? I'm Sean. Al-Shirodikar, follow me.
Like if you had to choose between a system where you would only have soldered 8 GB or you would have a soldered 4 GB and then an open slot, I would go with the one with the open slot. Just because 8 GB is extremely limiting nowadays. Like extremely limiting.
My tech guy brought us a 10-minute window. If we move fast, we'll only need to worry about the guards on foot.
How many of those are there?
Don't know about the numbers inside, but there are about 8 marching the perimeter. On my signal, we...
No, they all pretty much just like, because they all use like the RAM that you have as video memory. They don't have like any dedicated RAM themselves, really. So like, I mean, you can go into the BIOS and dedicate your more RAM to be exclusively video memory, but it is not necessary. Oh, if it's 8 GB and then an open slot, you're pretty much golden. You're pretty much good. No, I don't have any APUs like that to test.
So much for subtlety.
Don't worry about it, honey. Subtlety is not really our thing.
Like for a while, I had what was it? An Asus G14 that had like the 6800H, but I ended up selling that system off just because it was very finicky. It like I had to fight it a lot of the times. Like I really had to fight it because like just because I just wanted to test out the iGPU. I didn't really care about the dedicated graphics in it, but the game did not like that I tried to play with like just the dedicated graphics. Like the system would just get really upset and it would just start throwing a hissy fit. It was really annoying. Like all AMD laptops, like if it's just like AMD CPU and GPU, really still need some work on them. How is any of this Saints Row, by the way? I have barely been paying attention. We're in Saints Row 4 right now, and I have no idea how this relates at all to any of the other Saints Rows. We're like doing like a Call of Duty stealth mission right now. Yeah, you can allocate more, but it really doesn't do anything to affect performance at all. Like, it's definitely something you can do, but it's not necessary. Like, there will be some games that are very specific about, like, the amount of VRAM that you have. But those games tend to also just run badly on them no matter what. Yeah, I'm surprised the FPS is as good as it is, considering that, like, through that cutscene, it was so bad I was expecting this to run really poorly. But we are in an interior area right now, so the numbers are going to look really nice. We kind of just need to get to the city right now and see what that's going to end up being like. Man, one thing I will say is the Saints Row games do not have good gunplay. They really don't. Like, the gunplay is pretty weak. Like, it's kind of uninspired, nothing amazing. None of the guns feel super great. I mean, obviously, I haven't played Saints Row 4. Or, like, rather, I haven't played it on PC, but I have played it on console a bit with a friend. And at least the guns that we had available at the time were not great. I don't know if, like, towards the end game there's anything better. All right, no problem, my dude. Appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully I'll catch you in another live stream. We're pretty much just going to be testing this out for a bit and then probably going to call it a night there. I do also want to start streaming on Twitch, though. Just because, like, on Twitch, I can, like, play copyrighted music and stuff like that and, like, just have a more chilled time. I think when I'm playing Monster Hunter Rise on my own, I'll probably stream on Twitch. So if you want to watch that, obviously, like, the Twitch should be linked in the description right now. So follow over there if you're interested. Like, on the YouTube, it's just going to be, like, if I'm going to be streaming, it's going to be to test games. And we're pretty much just going to be talking, like, pretty much exclusively hardware. But if you just want to hang out, talk about, like, games and, like, just stuff in general, like anything goes, that'll be on Twitch. What are they doing with the new Assassin's Creed, by the way? I have not paid attention, because, like, Valhalla did not catch my attention too much, so I have not paid attention to what's going on with Assassin's Creed. I've been hearing a little bit about, like, what, like, the next one's gonna be. Like, is the next one just called Assassin's Creed? Like, no suffix or anything like that? Man, this is such a weird experience for, like, a Saints Row game. To be fair, I have not been paying attention, so this could all just be a movie. But I have no idea how this relates to Saints Row. I thought we were gangsters. Assassin's Creed Infinity. Why is everyone going with, like, that kind of naming scheme? Like, we already got Halo Infinite, like it's like, it makes me feel like it's about to be a live service game. And I don't like that. I really don't like live service games at all. Like, that seems kind of ridiculous, to just turn every single game into this, like, live experience where you have to, like, you just pretty much have to dedicate so much of your time to it. It just becomes like a freaking job. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, what direction could they really go with the franchise with the amount of games that they've had out? I think the better approach for games is literally just take your time with them. We don't need annual franchises. We really, really don't. Because, like, I mean, there's so many Assassin's Creed games, and how many of them are truly memorable? Especially since Black Flag. Since Black Flag, how many Assassin's Creed games have really been, like, that memorable? I mean, I kind of like Syndicate, honestly, but, like, I think Black Flag was really the last time they did something truly, truly, like, interesting and unique with, like, with the series. Whoa, I'm getting absolutely destroyed right now. Still don't know how this relates to being a gangster, but okay. Yeah, Syndicate was like the last one that I really, really enjoyed. Yeah, Rogue, honestly, that year, I think Rogue was just better than like Unity. Like, I don't think Unity was bad. I mean, it was kind of bad at launch, let's be real. But I don't think it was like the worst thing. What was the sprint button again? I completely forgot. But like Rogue being essentially just more like Black Flag was already just better than anything that we got like out of Unity. Whoa. Dog, what are we even doing? This is like the intro to the game. At this point, I'm not sure, really. But then again, I feel like Saints Row in general has had an identity crisis since Saints Row 3. Oh, it actually ran on your A6? Honestly, pretty impressive, really. I had so many friends that had like A4 and A6 laptops just because they were so cheap back then. Like, you could not buy a budget laptop that didn't have one of those, or it had like a Celeron or a Pentium. Like, all around, it was just a better experience than if you went with Intel, at least for gaming, but everything else, it was rough. All right, I guess that was the intro. Huh. Big influence on my life. Probably one of the biggest ones is probably Star Wars Battlefront 2. Like the original Battlefront 2. Specifically because of the fact that the amount of content that was just in that game really just spoiled like gaming in general for me. And out of nowhere, we're the president. Yeah, you'll love to see it. And we'll just go with the default look. Why not? But yeah, like Battlefront 2, it just had so much content, like a ridiculous amount of content. You know, you had the campaign, you had instant action, you had the what's it called, like The one where you pretty much go from planet to planet, like the almost like you're playing like a game of Civ type thing. I forgot what the heck that's called, but you had the space battles. Like the amount of content in that game was just so huge. And then you play the remakes like Battlefront and Battlefront 2 from EA. Like first of all, the first Battlefront, that's a demo. That was a $60 demo. You pretty much just paid $60 for like 4 maps. Like it was ridiculous how bad it was.
Come on, Keith, have some good news.
What is Total Overdose? I have actually never heard of that. Oh, I just looked it up right now. I remember this. I had a friend who had this for the PlayStation 2. This was so cool. Just the crazy amount of destruction in the game. I remember that. Oh my god, that was like unlocking a core memory. Yeah, no, I remember it. It was great. I remember going to a buddy's house and playing it all the time. Man, that era of gaming was something else, really. It was something else. Like the amount of like, I guess like you could call them like B tier. Oh wait. Cure cancer, feed hungry. Whoa. Let's cure cancer. We'll go with that one. Yeah, like the amount of games that would come out back then that were just like they were low budget, really creative, really fun games. Like that disappeared for a while. Like indie games have had this huge rise recently that like has made them just really like creative and really popular. But at the time it was just different, you know? Oh, I guess we punched him. Like the renaissance of indie games really reminds me of those old days of playing games like on the PlayStation 2.
Oleg and I are about to head over to Camp David to watch some Nightblade. Yep.
Yeah, honestly, like that era of gaming was just wild.
Yeah, I'll catch you later.
Like you could just like it was such a different experience to just walk into like a place like Blockbuster and just rent like a wild looking game that you just pick because the cover of it looked cool. You paid like $10 to rent it for a couple of days and you would just have like the weirdest gaming experience, but it was awesome.
Kinsey, what's the right context for, and I quote, I'm the patron saint of America. We should probably look into changing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, GTA San Andreas was just insanely good. Like it's weird how we've all been conditioned to just expect less of video games nowadays. Like games used to have just so much content, and nowadays it's like they will give you the bare bones and then drip feed you content. Because like now it's not about you buying a game that's full of content. It's about you playing a game over the next 2 years that will eventually have content added onto it. Like overall, it's just a completely different world. It's a completely different experience. Yeah, GTA San Andreas is pretty much like I think probably best game of the PlayStation 2 era. What? Berserk Band of Hawk. What is that? That like a actual like Berserk, like the manga series Berserk? They have a game out? What, from 2017? I didn't even know this was a thing. Like how good is, like how faithful is it to Berserk? Yeah, I mean there's aliens now. I don't know what's going on. I thought we were just gangsters. This is I don't know what this is, honestly. Yeah, I mean back then games were janky. Let's be real. They were pretty janky. I think one of the biggest improvements of modern gaming is the fact that like controls in games have improved dramatically, but everything else has just gone down the drain. Well, all right. These aliens ain't shit. They just died of pistols real quick.
Thank God you're all right.
You okay? Where's Matt?
Upstairs, trying to find out what's happening.
What is happening?
All out war by the looks of it.
Well, I mean, saying it's better than the 2016 CGI anime is like, that's not a high praise at all, really. Like, literally, if you just sit there and just, like, watch somebody flip the pages of the manga, it would have been better than the CGI version. Yeah, I mean, the level of greed in the gaming industry is just ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Because it's not like EA and Activision and all of them weren't already billion-dollar companies in those days, you know? Like, they were massive. It's just they want to own everything.
Shit, what the fuck is going on?
I think it's just like a lot of people are just so happy to spend money on microtransactions. Like, okay, do any of you guys buy microtransactions in anything? Like, at all? Like, have you spent money on microtransactions in anything? Oh yeah, no. Far Cry 3 has pretty fantastic graphics. Like, the engine that it runs on, I forgot what it's called, but it's based essentially on the Crysis engine, like the Cry engine. So like it's just been able to like hold up visually super well. Like, I think Far Cry 6 is probably the only Far Cry game that has not impressed me visually. And I think that's just because the quality of games in general has improved dramatically, that now Far Cry is falling behind. But Far Cry 3 still looks really good. Yeah, see, I don't spend any money on microtransactions ever because I don't see the appeal. Like, first of all, I don't get skins in games at all. Specifically in first-person games. If you're playing a first-person game, why are you paying $20 for a skin? Like, literally, you're just dressing up for other people. Like, it's really weird. Because you're not going to see it. Like, all you're going to see is your hands. Yeah, I don't like mobile games. Surprise me how much people actually spend money on it. I have friends that spend a lot of money on microtransactions.
Shit, how many of you are there? Bird to Ernie. Activate south.
Yeah, Far Cry 3 just has like, it's not just the graphics alone, it's the art style of it that has held up. Like, art style matters a lot, really. Just a quick reminder that we are indeed playing a Saints Row game right now, even though it does not seem like it at all. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Like, this is just insane. Like, does this all just turn out to be like a fever dream or something? Yeah, Far Cry 6 I was not the biggest fan of. Which sucks because I like the setting. I was hoping that, you know, like something set in like a fictional version of Cuba would look nice, but like they have like this weird like almost like yellow filter to everything. I don't get why they went that direction with the art style. Like, really, I don't think that like, well, okay, no. I liked the aesthetic of Far Cry 5, but Far Cry 4 and Far Cry 6 don't really have that great of a aesthetic. Yeah, Voss was just like insanely good. I think Voss was too good of a villain. If you know what I mean. Like, he was too good because of the fact that every single villain since then has just been a ripoff of Voss, and a bad one at that. Yeah, I like the Midwestern setting so much, but like in terms of gameplay and things to do, Far Cry 5 was also disappointing. Though the villain was my favorite one since Voss, just because I really like crazy cult stuff. It's like some of my favorite stuff. But like in general, just like anything cult related really catches my attention. But like again, another villain that is literally just Voss. Voss, but just not as good. Because like the actor for Voss is what made it good. You know, it wasn't the writing or anything like that. In general, Far Cry games don't exactly have the best writing. It's just the actor for Voss was just god tier. Dog, I am literally here beating up like an alien king. And I'm like, what, 15 minutes into this game? Like, this is insane. We used to just sell drugs in the street. I don't know how we got here. Whoa. Hit me with the Ultra Instinct. Yeah, Far Cry 2 aesthetically doesn't look great, but gameplay wise, it's just one of like, it's a classic, honestly. I mean, the whole malaria thing is annoying. But just in terms of like the world feeling more believable, it did a good job at that. Yeah, like I don't understand how like this is happening. And what, now I get captured by the aliens? I guess that's what's going on. I don't know. I feel like the villain in Far Cry 4 was again just a worse version of Voss. Like more than any of them, really. Yeah, the malaria stuff was just kind of all over the place sometimes, you know? It would just come out at like the worst possible times.
Breakfast sure smells good.
What is even going on right now? I'm like half paying attention to the game, so I'm like I feel like I'm experiencing a fever dream. Yeah, I can agree with those placements there. Although a lot of Far Cry 1 for me is just pure nostalgia. Just because, like, you know, I was a kid back then. I actually have not looked at Far Cry 1 in a very long time. It's been like years and years.
I'm sure he has some crazy new get-rich scheme.
Yeah, we're literally in WandaVision right now.
Such a card. And someone named Dex stopped by earlier. I didn't recognize him, so I just sent him away.
Such exciting gameplay going on right here.
I think I heard Timmy deliver the paper earlier. Could you fetch it, dear?
Curious when we're actually going to make it to the city. Sweet Jesus.
Ooh, I wonder what's going on in the world today.
Dog, are you going to grab it? I kept spamming the trigger button.
You ready to meet the fine people of Steelport? Well, get in the car.
What?
Don't I usually drive?
It's your world. Go ahead.
I don't understand. Why is this officer just suddenly escorting me around? I mean, I'm in like some VR simulation right now by these aliens. I've seen Rick and Morty. I know what happens.
You have a queer sense of humor.
This all looks so weird.
Now, what's that you say?
Something's wrong. This is all...
Can't wait to get out to the lake this weekend. I hear the...
It almost feels like I'm playing Mafia right now.
What are you talking about?
Don't you worry now. We're almost there.
I think there's something wrong with this car.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was just me that was like feeling like the vehicle was rough right now.
Well, here we are. Why don't you glad hand a bit? We got time.
Yeah, I think like Saints Row 2 was pretty much the only time it really felt like it was like becoming its own thing. Then Saints Row 3 got really weird and they had to turn it up even more for this one, apparently. Why am I moving so slow? Can you please walk faster, my guy?
Can I get a picture?
I don't even know what's going on, really. I don't even know what to think about the new Saints Row that's coming out, honestly. I want it to be good. Because, like, I don't want any game to be bad. Like, I think wanting games to be bad is kind of a weird mindset to be in. I currently don't have anything with an i5. I pretty much sold the 1135 G7 that I had, and I returned the 1235U. I'm pretty much just gonna wait until I can find an actual good deal on like any i5. Like on a system that's actually decent, because like the Acer Aspire 3 is really, really bare bones. Really, really bare bones. Yeah, I saw a bit of the demo of the new Saints Row. I'm gonna withhold my judgment on it just until like it's actually out, but I wasn't too impressed. But obviously, you got to play a game to really know.
Kenzie, where are you?
I've never played PES at all. I've played FIFA, and I like FIFA in terms of gameplay, but I hate what it's become in terms of like they really want you to just like spend a crap ton of money on there.
Okay, good. There's a park nearby. Head there and give me a sec. Brace yourself.
Yeah, it like the Acer Aspire 3 is very bare bones in the sense that like you get a nice CPU with it, but you sacrifice everything else.
It'd be really helpful if you could just, you know, just be you.
Like you pretty much just get a very bad display, really, really bad battery life. The build quality is just super bad. You're pretty much sacrificing a lot just to get a decent APU in there. And it's not even that great in terms of performance. Like I would much rather somebody get something with a 5500U than any 12th gen, just because you're going to get a much better gaming experience. And the CPU gains aren't like they aren't massive with 12th gen. It really isn't. Like in terms of like day-to-day use and stuff like that, it's just like it's not a huge improvement in performance. Do you have the one with the 12th gen? And like, did you get the one that has like the TN display, or do you have the one that has the IPS? Because like the Aspire 3, like it has a lot of different models, like a lot. Oh, you have the 11th gen, but do you have like a TN panel, or do you have the what's it called, the IPS one? Yeah, once you have the IPS, that's really like not a big deal. It's just the Aspire 3 that I had, like that one had a TN panel. It had like the build quality is not great, but I mean you should expect that with like budget stuff. But in general, like there was a lot of compromises that were made for the specific model that I had just to get the 12th gen. Like if it had an IPS display, I would be a lot happier. But another issue that it had was that the battery life was pretty brutal. Yeah, like the TN panel, like because not all TN panels are the same. I've used TN panels that are passable. That was not a passable one. It just really wasn't. Like if you've ever used like a Dell like 164 hertz TN panel, like those things actually look really nice. But what was on that system, furthest thing away from nice. No, the 5500U that I have is not ultra thin at all. It's actually kind of heavy as a system. I mean, it's a 15-inch system, so it's not exactly going to be the lightest thing in the world, but it is a pretty heavy system to carry around. How's your friend liking that system with the 3060? Like, is he happy with it? Because, like, I feel like the 3060 is the sweet spot for pretty much everybody. Like, practically everybody.
The simulation
Yeah, I'd seen that Dell sells an Inspiron that has a 120 hertz display, and it comes with the 5625U, and like that just seems incredible to me, honestly. Like that just seems like a dream situation. This PC is the well, this laptop is the HP Pavilion 15. It's kind of a very generic name that they use for it, but like the link for it is in the description. At least it should be. It should take you to like the Walmart page for it. Whoa. Oh, my guy is just straight up eating rockets right now. Hey, yo, what are they feeding these cops? Yeah, I want to like do like a big like video on indie games, because a lot of the indie games, like realistically, you can't do individual videos on them because of the fact that like you play it at stock settings and it does pretty decent already. You don't really have to adjust much. So I would just feel bad just making a video where it's just like, hey, here's this cool game that you can play, and the video's like 30 seconds long, because it's just like I feel like I wasted y'all's time on that. So I'd rather just compile a big list of like indie games that just I love to play on these and just do a video on that. Like just get together like 10 different like indie games and just show you like what you can actually play on here. Because most of the time I'm not playing games like this on here. Like really. Like I think the most demanding thing that I play on here is Civ 6 regularly. Well, that and Monster Hunter like Rise. I've been playing that a lot on here also. Yeah, I mean that's how it usually is. Like a lot of times the people that have like the best PCs are like some of the worst players. Yeah, I upgraded the RAM on it. It's a little annoying to upgrade just because the screws at the bottom are hidden behind these rubber feet that you have to ascend. Like it's essentially a rubber strip, and you have to like remove it to get to the screws. And that rubber strip, it will never go back the same. It's really annoying like that. Yeah, playing older games is the way to go with these systems, really. Like a AAA game from like 5 years ago will play really, really nice. Like AAA games, especially if you like go really, really far back, like 10 years ago, you're going to be having a rock solid time. Oh yeah, testing indie games on the battery saver would actually be really cool. Especially like imagine what like doing a test video on like playing Hades on there on battery with the battery saver preset, and like what the battery life is like going from 100% after like playing like an hour or two on it, like to see what the drop is. Yeah, playing like older games like that, like Tomb Raider Legends and stuff like that, it's just great on these. And there's just so many games out there that are from like a decade ago that are still super great to play. Like I think people get hung up too much on just like playing the latest and greatest games. And I mean, I get it kind of, because a lot of these games that come out nowadays are live service games. So if you're not playing it currently, there is no you playing it 5 years down the line. The game might not even be available 5 years down the line. Yeah, like older games is really just like, especially because what I love the most about is playing older titles and then realizing how influential they were to modern games, you know? Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how many people out there have actually high ranks in games and they're playing on absolute potatoes. Like I guarantee you, just the average kid in like Eastern Europe is better at CS:GO than me with my 2070 Super system. And he's probably just playing on a laptop with a Celeron. And he's just doing better than me by a significant margin. All right, we are now finally in the city, just beating up the local populace as you do in these games. Yeah, in general, like the Assassin's Creed games just seem to murder the CPU for some reason. I'm not sure why. I mean, they did come out like in an era where like the CPU requirements of games were just different because like we've had essentially 8-core CPUs as standard on consoles since the PlayStation like 4 and the Xbox One. So like multi-core gaming should be at this point pretty well established. Oh yeah, no, Assassin's Creed 2 is still the best one by a huge margin. Huge margin. Ezio was just such a likable protagonist and his story was like not ridiculous. Well, okay, it got a little ridiculous with the alien stuff. Let's be real. Let's be real. It did get ridiculous with the alien stuff. Can we all right. Going to a gun store. Finally, something that I associate with Saints Row.
Hell is that big dome?
Not sure. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, like how like all of the Apple stuff and then like it was just it was too much. It was too much all of like the excess stuff that happens because it is just like alien stuff gets introduced in there. It's weird. It only gets extremely hot when I play with the performance preset in the AMD APU tuning utility. So if I go for the 30-watt TDP, then it gets very hot to use to the point where like using the keys gets uncomfortable. But at the 25-watt TDP, it really just doesn't. And at stock, it doesn't at all. Yeah, like did you ever play Assassin's Creed like Revelations? Like the whole trilogy there, like Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, and then Revelations. I'm very interested in getting Stray, honestly. I'm very interested in getting it. Hello, game? You okay? Oh wow, we had like a major lag spike there. I thought the game was about to crash. Like I liked Assassin's Creed when it was just mostly focused on like historical stuff and like building up towards like Desmond actually doing something instead of just kind of being around and then just dying.
Are we sure buying guns is something I'm allowed to do here?
I don't know. Do you remember how to shop for yourself, or did being president make you too good for that?
Yeah, I really don't like to use the high perform or like the performance preset most of the time just because of the fact that like it really does affect the performance in terms of like the heat and noise dramatically. The noise is the biggest issue for me, really. I hate how loud the system gets. What's supposed to do? Okay, I'm buying a gun. What other one can I buy? All right, we're ready to go on a rampage here. Wait, let me buy ammo. Yeah, the fan noise on this specific system gets really bad at the 30-watt TDP. Like really bad. Yeah, I mean, playing Assassin's Creed 1 and then comparing it to like Valhalla is just like it's crazy to think it's even the same franchise. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to play Forza Horizon 4 with just 8 GB of RAM. It might be doable, but I don't think you're gonna be able to do it. Dirt Rally 2 is a really good recommendation, by the way. Like the dirt games in general are pretty solid. Well, besides, well, I'm just not the biggest fan of Dirt 5. I'm just not. Wait, do I still need to buy things here? Or where else do I gotta go? To the point where I just feel like maybe just starting to shoot random people. You know, get the cops on me. Why not? We'll go down that route. Are the police even gonna come, actually? I would love for them to actually like remaster like the Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy. The problem is that the remaster for Assassin's Creed 3 was so bad that I don't want Ubisoft to touch any of that. Like, the performance on that remaster for 3 is ridiculously bad. Like, I'm talking about, like, on my desktop with a 2070 Super. Oh my god, those old ATV games for the PlayStation 2 were the greatest thing ever. That's, like, my childhood right there. Like, ATV games were just so good. Like, you come home from school, you pop that into your PlayStation 2, and you just start listening to, like, at that point, I would listen to a lot of emo rock music and just have a blast. Yeah, but you're using dual channel with Forza. He was talking about single channel RAM. Like, the single channel RAM is what's gonna, like, overall kill the experience there. Yeah, I agree. They definitely should not have killed off Desmond. Like, they were building up Desmond to do cool stuff, and then they just, like, they just ended it. And that was it. There was no continuation past that. Wait, where does it want me to go shopping, actually? Like, hello? Go shopping where? Just go to the closest store. See what the hell is there. But why did they kill off Desmond? I don't really know why they ended up doing that. I think that they wanted to go down a route with the franchise where they weren't going to be tied down to a specific storyline. Like, at that point, that was when they really wanted it to be like a annual franchise, and I think they went down the route of just like, let's just get rid of any like building up story and just focus on like making just individual games instead. I think I've done GTA 5 already. Maybe not the single player, like with like the different presets, but I know I did one for like the multiplayer, like GTA Online. I'd have to check though. I mean, like at this point, I've literally done so many videos that I don't even know what I've done or not. Like sometimes I'll be in the middle of working on a video and then I'll look at like my like history of videos and then it's like, wow, I already did this one. I can't believe I've done this. I am gonna just start redoing like videos that I've already done though, just because I want to actually use the different presets instead of just, you know, like how I used to do it before, where it was just the 25-watt TDP. Because that's how I used to just do the videos. It was just like use the 25-watt TDP and then like test out the game. But like my videos used to be way shorter. They used to be like a minute or two long. Because I didn't want to like make anything super long where like people just would not click on it. But I think giving you guys more information is just the way to go. Where the hell does it want me to go shopping? Oh yeah, I'm super hyped for Ragnarok. I am super hyped for Ragnarok. Like that's like the game that I like. That and Spider-Man are like the games that I'm looking forward to the most. Like Ragnarok is just like, it's what I'm most excited about. The thing is that there's really nothing you can do in the AMD settings to improve your performance. Like, I know that there's people that will do videos like, oh, here's like the settings for like the AMD Adrenalin to get better performance, or here's the settings for like the Intel Control Center. They're all bullshit. They really are. They really are all bullshit. I have tested them out myself. I've tried them out, and they really don't do anything. Like, we're talking about like such minuscule performance. Like, those people really just make those videos just for the views. Oh man, that's tragic. I mean, do you have to sell off your PlayStation 4? I feel like you could just keep that thing around with you. Like, I don't think the resale on them is that high either way. Like, why not just keep it? Yeah, you could always just play the older Spider-Man games. What is an outfit that does not look ridiculous on this guy? Like, seriously, why am I built like this? I just want to go around looking like a vampire. All right, we're gonna go with that. Get the heck out of here. Is that not what it wanted me to do for going shopping? Like, what does it mean by go shopping? It's literally what I'm doing right now. Just maybe if I change my shoes or something? Or what outfits are available? You get a whole ass fit. Gone shopping. I don't really know what else it wants me to do. Are they not available anywhere? I gotta sail the high seas to find them, I see. That's the worst. I hate when like companies just don't sell their games.
I can't believe I have to work a double shift.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that Atlas OS. I'm very curious to see if it's actually gonna be any good. Because I would definitely love a more cut down version of Windows just because like there's just so much crap that it comes with, you know? Part of me wants to get 32 gigabytes for the HP Pavilion Aero 13. Just because like it's powerful enough for me to do video editing on it. The biggest issue is just that like 16 gigabytes of RAM could be limiting sometimes. Like if I drop a video file that's like an hour long of me just playing, it can take a while to just like actually start working on there just because like it eats up so much RAM. Yeah, you could have like 20 gigabytes of RAM if you have like essentially like one like essentially stick of 8 gigabytes of RAM and then a 16 gigabyte one. Though in that configuration, the 8 gigabytes is soldered on. Wait, so the Xbox Live stuff works, right? Like you haven't had any issues like using any like Xbox Game Pass stuff or anything like that? Because that's really all I care about. Outside of that, I don't use anything else that's like Microsoft, like none of their other features. Because like I mean, Windows Hello, like that could just they could shove it up their ass. I really don't care about that. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to try it then because like the Xbox stuff was just what was broken in like the Ghost Spectre version. This person has just been on my ass. Okay, I don't know what they mean by like go shopping. Like where? Where? I've already gone to a store. I've put on a ridiculous outfit. I don't know what else they want. Yeah, isn't 1803 like a pretty old version at this point? Like what version of Windows are we on at this point? Because I know there's like some like Game Pass games that are very particular about what version of Windows you're on. I mean, realistically though, like what games do you guys play? You know, like what games have you guys just been addicted to lately? Because I've been obsessed with Monster Hunter Rise. That has just been like what I've been sinking all my time into. That's just the name that like Microsoft gives to like their major like updates to like Windows. Like they just use like weird naming schemes like that.
Please put all weapons away while in the store.
Tools to access the garage. What does that mean? Where do they want me to go shopping, bro? Yeah, like I that's what I don't like about Linux is that you just have to mess with so much stuff to get a game to like work that like it just like I want to play games, you know what I mean? I don't want to play like game tweaking simulator essentially. Like I pretty much just test games for YouTube so much that like when I just want to play a game, I just want it to work. I don't want to have to like mess with anything. Yeah, no, like I will say that Monster Hunter Rise turns down a lot of like the weeb aspects of it, but I completely get what you mean. Monster Hunter World was unbearable when it came to like a lot of the really weeb stuff. Like I think the benefit that Monster Hunter Rise had was the fact that because it was just a essentially like a Switch game, they had to cut back on a lot of the bullshit in it. Because I mean, a Switch only has like a battery life of like 2 hours. So they can't exactly like make you sit through some like super cringe like cutscene for the next 30 minutes. GTA 5 is just one of those that like everybody always has in like their played list. Do you play like the online or do you play just like the single player? Dang, grandma got hands. What the hell? Are you playing like the original Dark Souls or are you playing the remasters? Because man, the original Dark Souls, like it is a rough PC port. Very, very rough. Yeah, I could never get into GTA Online just because like the amount of grinding necessary was just so excessive. Like it was way, way too much for me. Yeah, 21H2, that's like the most recent version. But 1803, that's like that's a pretty decent like while ago, right? Like, is Atlas OS on like 21H2 or is it like on 1803? You have 900 hours in Dark Souls 3. My God. That is a decent amount of time on there. I feel like that's a lot of like Dark Souls players though. Like people that like play Dark Souls love it so much that they just sink hundreds and hundreds of hours into it. They are really unique games, really. The problem is I can't do 8 gigabytes of RAM without having to like remove the RAM in the system right now and replace it. And this laptop does not let you open it easily. How much more FPS are we talking here, though? Like, I feel like the gains can't be that substantial, but I could be completely wrong there. But I already went to Friendly Fire. Or do they still want me to buy more things at Friendly Fire? Like, I feel like I already, like, bought a lot. Oh, you're a Manjaro fan. I really like Manjaro. I really, really like Manjaro. Because I tried that. And what was the name of the other one? Pop OS. I tried Pop OS. I didn't like Pop OS. I don't like GNOME. I don't like the GNOME interface at all. I really don't like it. I think Manjaro I think KDE is like my favorite desktop design. My dude, I already said I can't really test it with 8 gigabytes of RAM. I just can't. I would have to open up the system and like it's way too much of a hassle. I think I've done a video on Dark Souls 3, but I'm not sure. What I need to do is because I don't like the Dark Souls games much at all. I don't play them at all. But I have friends that are obsessed with it. And I need to just like hop into like multiplayer with them and just like really get like a full-on experience there. Wait, I thought I had already done all of this. The ammo for them. Like, what else do they want me to do here? Yeah, KDE is pretty great. Like, literally the worst part of KDE is just the volume control. That's it. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Like, the default volume control is pretty bad. Yeah, I like the Dark Souls games just, like, to watch them. But, like, to actually play them, they're just not my style. Like, I don't understand. Are the guns that I buy not being saved? Like, what's going on here? Am I supposed to hit another button? Oh, it just really wanted me to, like, get the first upgrade. That's ridiculous. Just tell me that then.
Hope you got something useful, because the cops are swarming your location.
Haven't they heard of the Second Amendment?
Zinniac's running this place. I don't think the Constitution holds any weight here.
Yeah, I know a lot of Steam games just work out of the box on Linux now. Oh, I have to, like, stay in this area? Alright, I'll hop out. Ah! Does it really? Like, has Dark Souls 3 been getting any updates? Like, I don't think that they've, like, been, like, patching it or anything like that. I'd be surprised if it actually, like, runs, like, differently. But I could definitely give it another go. Like, I have a friend that's just, like, he loves those games so much, I bet he would be down to, like, hop in there and play.
Patrol close to you that'll need to be cleared out before that happens. evidence up for killing a few more aliens.
Thank you, Miss Press Secretary. That sounds like a perfect idea.
What can I say?
Actually, is the multiplayer still broken on the Dark Souls games? Because I know that they had to take down the servers because there was like some like exploit that was going on, but last time I checked they weren't up yet. Yeah, Iris XE is just like at this point just brutal. It's still down? Oh my god. That's actually crazy. That's actually really crazy that they have not brought back the Dark Souls servers yet. Because I remember they said they were going to bring them back. Yeah, no, the Iris XE is just like I just wish they would like fix the freaking drivers for them, man. But it's an uphill battle that they're at. You know, because like I mean, Nvidia and like AMD have like at this point decades of like driver development under them, while like Intel pretty much just has to start from scratch because like they had just such a radical redesign of their GPUs. Like it's just one of those things where like I'm sure it'll get better as time goes on, but it's one of those things where like in the current state, AMD is just really a better option for most people. Yeah, I mean, I think Arc is gonna have a pretty rough lifespan just because it came out at the worst time. If it had come out 6 months ago, people would think a lot differently about them. They're coming out way too late. Way too late.
Okay, time to lay low for a bit.
Use my warehouse. It's not far.
Isn't there a nice hotel or something I can use instead?
Because like you know that like driver support is gonna be really bad. Like that is pretty much already an expectation that we all have. Yeah, no, that literally AMD's biggest problem is availability. Because they just don't have the same volume that Intel has. Like Intel makes systems for everyone. Literally everyone. Like if you look at the amount of volume that Intel pushes compared to AMD, they're not even in the same ballpark. So it's one of those things where it's like, even if you want an AMD system, it might just not be available, and especially not in the price ranges that you're looking at. Yeah, like Intel's in a position where they don't necessarily need to compete too aggressively because of the fact that they are so big that they already have a pre-existing, like, huge list of customers. Because maybe us who are enthusiasts are going to look at Arc and kind of just be like, well, this isn't interesting to us. But to an OEM who is going to be buying pallets full of these like GPUs, and they're going to be selling them in systems that are going to go to businesses, that are going to go to schools and things like that, all of that adds up to a huge amount of customers for Intel that it doesn't even really matter if their GPUs aren't as competitive, because they're still going to be able to get it into systems that people are going to be using. Like, Intel's only saving grace is just the fact that they have ridiculous amounts of volume that they can actually move.
All your stuff's gone.
What?
But outside of that, like, Iris XE and Arc GPUs in general, not looking that interesting at all. Like, the most interesting thing about Arc is just the AV1, like encoder in it, and that's just because AV1 looks like it's going to be very, very interesting. And like if you run like a media server, or if you do like a lot of like video production stuff, having like these like better encoders is nice. Oh yeah, Chrome OS is actually like really impressive in terms of like making older systems usable. Like the system that I have next to me with the Celeron G3900, like it's like a dual core back from like the Sandy Bridge era. Like I have Chrome OS Flex, I think is what they call like the one that you can just download straight from Google. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's Chrome OS Flex. If you download that and use it on there, more than likely you're going to be really impressed with the level of performance that you get. Like it's actually like I really like Chrome OS. I really like Chrome OS. Not for like anything that's going to be used for gaming or anything like that, but if you want to like make your like grandma or your parents' system just faster and more secure, Chrome OS is the way to go. And I say more secure because the vast majority of viruses are designed for Windows. They're designed for Windows, and Windows kind of gives the users almost too much control in the sense that grandma can click a link and do some damage to her PC that she just won't be able to do if she's on Chrome OS. And Chrome OS is very intuitive. Very intuitive. So where am I supposed to go here? Yeah, for just browsing YouTube and stuff like that, it's great. It's absolutely great. It's like one of those things where get your parents on it and it'll make your life so much easier. Yeah, like Windows will literally just be like, do you want to install this program that seems to just gain access to literally every aspect of your PC? Okay, all right, let's just do it. We'll roll with it. Like people are at this point just so conditioned to ignoring the like little pop-up windows that come up when like Windows is like, "Hey, are you sure you want to install this?" that people don't even like think about it. And then of course you get the call being like, "Hey, I don't know why, but the computer's just being super slow." And it's like, "Well, what did you do on it?" "Oh, you downloaded every virus. Literally every virus in existence. How did you even do this?" Like being the family tech person is suffering, you know? Like when you're the person that family calls for like any like tech problems, it's suffering only because it's like they always come to you with the dumbest problems. Oh yeah, no. There's no expectation that anyone's going to sit there and read a 500-page licensing agreement just so that they can like do whatever it is they want to do, you know? For my main system, I use Windows. I haven't made the switch to Linux yet, just because I do play a lot of games that aren't on Steam. I play a lot of Game Pass games, and I play a lot of games on like Epic and stuff like that. And so far, like Linux just isn't there for that yet. You know, like in terms of what to do with a new laptop, though, besides just doing a fresh install of Windows, there's not much else you got to do, really. Like all of those extra little tips and tricks that you see people like, because again, you look up videos and there's people that will have like million view videos where they're like, here are the settings to do with like AMD, like Adrenaline, or with like Intel Command Center, and here are the proper Windows settings to use. The performance gains that we're talking here are within margin of error. Like there will always just be one specific setting that they actually change that makes any difference whatsoever, and the rest is just like it's just fluff that they do for the videos. Like I've done it. I've done the testing for it. Like I planned on doing a video on it, but I felt scummy like making a video where it's just like most of this is not going to do anything for you guys, because like I don't want to just sit there and lie to you guys just to get some views on a video, you know? Like that defeats the whole purpose. So like in general, just like all of those tips and trick videos that you see on how to improve performance, they're not real. Like they're bullshit. Like it's just people literally lying to you for views. Like I've already like done the testing on it and everything, and like the numbers, like we're literally talking about like a 2% difference, which is all within margin of error. I really wouldn't upgrade to a 4 GB stick. Like if you can put in like another 8 GB, just go with that. Like I would rather you not spend the money on a 4 GB stick than anything else, you know? Oh no, stick with Windows 11. Like Windows 11 actually does have some nice improvements, especially if you're in a laptop, because I've found that it actually does improve the battery life somewhat. Specifically because like it does a good job in terms of idle performance. Like it will clock down the CPU more aggressively when it like isn't doing anything. So Windows 11, like in general, I would not downgrade to like Windows 10. Like literally Windows 11 is practically just a skin for Windows 10 anyway for the most part. I mean, there's certain aspects of it for sure that they changed that were just stupid moves in general. But I don't think it was anything like too major. Like I have Windows 11 on this specific laptop where we're testing right now, and I have it on the 11 or on the Aero 13, but my desktop still uses Windows 10. Yeah, like I actually like the design of Windows 11. I know it's like a point of controversy for a lot of people, but I like it. I like the way that it looks. It's one of those things where it's like I wouldn't downgrade from Windows 10, or I wouldn't downgrade from Windows 11 unless there are specific like if you have a workflow that you are used to and like you need it for your job or for your school, and like having to like relearn something new is going to be detrimental to the overall experience that you have, obviously downgrade, because your user experience is way more important than like anything else. But I would not downgrade just for like performance reasons or anything like that.
Why didn't I just lease this piece of crap?
Yeah, like I would say that Windows 10 was a pretty radical departure from Windows 7 though. Cuz like fundamentally speaking, Windows 7 and Windows 10 are very different OSs. Cuz Windows 7, it held your hand sometimes, but for the most part it was like mostly like you had a lot of control over your OS. Windows 10 really fights you a lot in giving you control. Really, really fights you a lot on that. Cuz like you can't really disable Windows Update properly without doing some crazy stuff. You got to like actually like change some like files. Like you have to essentially like use like tools that are designed to disable Windows Update, and they can cause problems. Yeah, pretty much. It seems like what Microsoft likes to do is do a UI redesign, and then they do an OS, like deep level OS change. So like they pretty much just alternate like that. Like Windows 8 was essentially just like the radical like redesign of the UI, and then 8.1 kind of just like, cuz if you look at Windows 8.1, which was like the big major update for Windows 8, it kind of just looked like an earlier version of Windows 10. And then Windows 10 comes around and it fundamentally changes the way that Windows operates, and like that was the radical redesign. So they like Microsoft is on like that alternating cadence pretty much. Yeah, I personally do like Windows 11 and its look. Yeah, I would not fault you for not liking Windows like 7, especially nowadays, because if you look at Windows 7 nowadays, it does look very bare bones. Cuz like for the longest time, Microsoft was really just like going with Windows was the only way to get a really good desktop design outside of like going with either like Apple or just like just toughing it out through Windows, because Linux back then, I mean, people liked GNOME, especially like GNOME 2.0, but like I was never a fan of GNOME. And like I think that most Linux desktop environments didn't look that great. But now KDE looks significantly better than anything that Windows has. Yeah, you can just pretty much do so much damage to Windows 10 if you just try to block the updater. Like if you just disable any of the core features in it, and it just gets really angry. Like, Windows 10 is not your OS. It really is not. You are renting that from Microsoft, and, like, they are giving you permission to do things in there. Oh my god, the UI for Windows 8 was awful. Like, I'm talking Windows 8, not 8.1. 8.1 looked significantly better, but 8, that was bad. Like, that was really, really bad. Oh, what do you mean by, like, in terms of Team Red or Blue? Like, do you mean, like, do I prefer Intel or AMD? Windows 8 for sure was made for tablets, like 100%. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad move. Because I do think that for like normie people, touchscreen is like just a more intuitive interface than mouse and keyboard. Like if I gave like my grandpa a tablet versus a laptop, he will have a much easier time using the tablet than he would the laptop. I just think that Microsoft's implementation with Windows 8 was so bad that all it did was sour the experience for most people. Because they tried to cater to a super casual audience at the detriment of literally everyone else. Do they actually still update Windows 7? I thought Windows 7 like got like depreciated in terms of support. Like, are they actually still releasing updates for it? Yeah, people really just weren't ready for the changes that came with Windows 8. Like, I still think that Microsoft would do good to actually have like a full-on like touchscreen experience. Not that everyone has to experience it, but if you've ever used a like touchscreen laptop that has Windows 10, you know that like there's a lot of aspects of it that just feel terrible to use. I have not actually played The Surge, but I do own it. I do actually own it. I'd have to give it a go because I own actually the first and the second game. I got them in like a bundle a little while ago, but I have not played them yet. Yeah, Windows 8 just like it really fought you in every aspect. Yeah, I just buy all my games. Like at this point, my Steam account is like over 10 years old, so I have like a decade's worth of just buying games on there. And like outside of that, you know, it's the games that have been given away by Epic. I have Game Pass. I pay for Ubisoft's like their subscription service, which is not worth it at all. Do not get it. Please do not get it. It's so bad. Like it's $15 a month that I pay just to gain access to Ubisoft games. Literally, if it wasn't for YouTube, I would not have it. Yeah, no, I don't pirate any games or anything, but I really don't care when other people do it, you know? Because it's like, at the end of the day, you're not really stealing from anyone but like a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And like all of these companies sell microtransactions anyway, so just look at it as somebody else paid for your game. Really. Because that's exactly what happened. Yeah, it's not really like a rich thing. It's just literally like a time thing, you know? Like it's just like over 10 years you can collect a lot of games for cheap. Because I never pay full price for games. Ever. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There's so many games out there that just aren't available. Like there's games that I would love to pay for. You know, I would love to pay for them, but the companies just don't want to sell it to me. And I'm not just going to like not get my hands on it. I'm going to find a way to play it. Yeah, like Nintendo is so litigious about like pirated stuff, and yet they refuse to sell the games. Just let me buy them then. And then when they do sell them, they sell them in the worst possible way. They'll sell it on the eShop, an eShop that they will then close 2 years after like the console stops being manufactured. So like the games that you bought, you're now also going to end up losing. So it's like, why did I buy this then? Like Nintendo's whole like system of just like letting you buy games is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, they think that we're still like 20 years in the past. I don't know how they get away with it. Well, I know how they get away with it because Nintendo just makes some of the best games, you know? Because, like, I mean, their business practices may be shit, but, like, you can't tell me Breath of the Wild isn't amazing. Oh my God, I remember Driver San Francisco. What, they don't even have it available anymore? That's ridiculous. But, like, why? What would be the point of getting rid of that of all things? Oh my God, I'm getting, like, murdered by my own vehicle. Because I remember playing Driver San Francisco. That was really fun. I don't know why they would, like, get rid of that. Like, was it a music licensing thing? That's the thing that annoys me with a lot of games, like the music licensing. Like, if you have, like, San Andreas or Vice City right now, you don't have the original music. At least if you're, like, on PC. Like, if you're on console, obviously, they're not going to remove it from your, like, disc. But if you're on the PC version of, like, if you have, like, GTA, San Andreas, or Vice City on PC, you're missing music that you had, like, back in the original version. Yeah, the disappearance of Prey, like the original Prey, is just so tragic because it was such a creative game. It was like Portal before Portal. Like, it was like such a creative game that it's like, it's a shame that it's like disappeared out of existence. I never played Wolfenstein 2009 though, but I know a lot of people are super nostalgic about it. Yeah, it was such a creative, like, game, honestly. Like, especially for the time that it came out. Kind of mind-blowing. Kind of really mind-blowing. Like, who was the publisher of it? Like, why did it disappear? Like, what caused that? Yeah, it was also really unique because it was one of the few, like, games where you, like, as a main character, you play as, like, a Native American. Like, that's really cool. No, but it disappeared before, like, the new Prey even came out. Like, it was impossible to find for, like, almost a decade before the new Prey even became a thing. Like, that's what was weird about it. Oh my God. Valve making games would just be the greatest thing. Like, I played Back for Blood with some friends, and we pretty much just stopped playing it within a week because it was just so boring. We went back to Left 4 Dead 2, and Left 4 Dead 2 is still miles better than Back for Blood. Miles better. Especially, like, modded. Like, I love the Source engine. I love the Source engine so much. It is my favorite engine because it's so moddable and it runs on everything. Do we need a new Counter-Strike, though? I feel like Global Offensive is still doing perfectly fine. Like, what would be in a new CS? Like, what would justify a new CS? It just seems weird to, like, okay, a game did not meet sales expectations. Why stop selling it? You know, like, you'd think that after, like, maybe a decade, maybe they'd recoup something. But it might have been a situation where, like, they had to write it off for bankruptcy reasons. Because I know there's, like, some games where, like, when the company goes bankrupt, they pretty much just have to, like, the game ceases to exist. Specifically because they're not allowed to sell it anymore. Yeah, like, the port to Source 2 for CSGO, like, it's been rumored for a while. Because, like, at this point, I think Dota 2 is the only thing that's, like, actually running on Source 2 besides Half-Life Alyx. I'm just, I'm curious to see how that's going to do. Because, like, I mean, what is the benefit of Source 2 really? Because at least in Dota, I haven't seen any, like, difference. Like, I don't know what that really ended up doing. Whoa, what just happened there? Why did he just get picked up? Who are you? Was it that cat? Oh my god. Oh my god, he cannot be stopped. What a menace. Can you just die already? Oh my god. Right. Yeah, no, these games are ridiculous. I absolutely love them. Oh my god. Oh my god. This dude's about to kill me. Holy. And then he's just gone. Just like that, he's gone. Yeah, Prey 1, like, it's pretty old at this point. It's still a really good game, though. At least from what I remember. I mean, to be fair, it's been literally over a decade since I've played it. So I'm guessing a lot of aspects of it probably don't hold up. But at least what I had played of it, I loved. Wait, which games do Quantum Dreams make? Which one of those? Is that like Beyond Two Souls and stuff like that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the Far Cry games have had multiplayer. I know that Far Cry 2 had co-op. I think Far Cry, maybe even Far Cry 3. Okay, so they did Detroit. Yeah, I really like those games that are essentially just like interactive movies. Because I think it's one of those things where it really demonstrates like how powerful of a medium video games can be, where you can have essentially like a movie experience, but that you can like control. Oh yeah, I also got Infinite Warfare when I bought like the COD 4 remaster. I haven't tried it yet though. It was one of those Call of Duty games that I never played. Like pretty much after Black Ops 2, I was very, very sporadic about whether or not I would play like a Call of Duty game. Like I think Warzone was the last one where I was like really, really into it. And like I was playing like Warzone back before they had their anti-cheat system, so I pretty much ended up like quitting that after a while. Yeah, I need to try out Infinite Warfare. I might actually just download that and like maybe even like the next stream we do might be that. Like I might actually download the Call of Duty games that I have and we'll just like do like a Call of Duty marathon for a stream. I agree. The Call of Duty franchise fell off hard. Hard. Like, did anyone care about Vanguard at all? Because, like, I really did not care about Vanguard in the slightest. Oh, my God. Okay, you know, I think that the only bigger L than Vanguard is Battlefield 2042. Solid point there. Battlefield 2042 was the most massive L. Absolute massive L. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a go. But Battlefield 2042 was just such a disaster. And I was super hyped for it too. Because like I really liked the idea of like, you know, having these massive battles. Like it was like 128 versus 128. And then they got rid of that. Like now it doesn't even have the only feature that was even interesting about it. Like it's actually mind-blowing how much Battlefield has fallen off. Yeah, I mean literally the best thing about like a lot of these like broken games is just watching Donkey play them and just absolutely shit on them the way they deserve. I actually really like Insurgency Sandstorm. I might actually give that one a go on like the system. I really like the game. I play it a lot with my friends. Like It sucks because I really love the original Insurgency a lot. A lot. It's one of my favorite games and no one plays it. Absolutely no one plays it. And it's so sad because it's so good, especially when you play in like modded servers. It's so much fun. Like I might just have to talk to some friends and just be like, "Hey guys, listen, let's play it just so I could play it on stream so you guys could see how much fun the original Insurgency is." It is so good. Dude, did you see like CD Projekt Red's like stock price? Like their stock was just like absolutely eviscerated by Cyberpunk. Because to be fair, I mean, it was crazy that CD Projekt Red was worth more than Ubisoft. Yeah, I only play co-op on Insurgency, the original one, and like the Sandstorm. I never did the PvP. Well, okay, I did the PvP a little bit, but I just didn't like it. The co-op is just so much more fun, especially modded. Like playing on like a 32 Angry Bots server is so good. It's so intense. It's so hectic. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite games of all time that literally no one plays. Like every time my friends and I are on it, we look and it's like the population is like 300 people. It's so sad how underappreciated it is. But yeah, CD Projekt Red is one of those companies that I think also just took a massive, massive L. Because, like, I don't know how you guys feel about Cyberpunk, but I am disappointed. Like, even with all the patches, because, like, it wasn't even the bugs that was really the issue. Fundamentally, the game is just not that great. If it was made by any other company, I'd be like, yeah, that was a pretty decent game. But expecting something that is even remotely in the same ballpark as, like, The Witcher 3, you're in for disappointment. Because it is... like, it's... like, nothing you do in there matters. None of your decisions matter at all. They're, like, all meaningless. Like, it's just so linear. It's so linear. There's, like, not that much, like, interesting stuff going on. And I don't know what people mean by, like, oh, at least the story is good or the characters are interesting. Because, like, I think most of the characters sucked. And I'll say it. Keanu Reeves sucked ass in that. He sucked ass. He was terrible. But I don't think Keanu Reeves is a good actor. Like, no one watched John Wick and thought, damn, Keanu Reeves was just such a good actor. People like John Wick because he was silent and kicking ass. That is what he's good at. Like, as soon as he has to talk, it just becomes so cringe. But for real, Cyberpunk being like the most overhyped game in existence is just kind of crazy. Absolutely crazy. I think it just really shows how much of a massive success The Witcher 3 was. That they were just like able to like get away with like making Cyberpunk and still having it sell really decently. Like it was literally just like the most overhyped game in existence. But like I think at this point the games industry is just so conditioned to like these massive disappointments. Oh my god, Warcraft Reforged was actually like that's a war crime. What they did there is like it should be against the Geneva Convention. Like who thought it was a good idea to just ruin the masterpiece that Warcraft 3 is? Like honestly, Warcraft 3 was perfection, literally perfection. And to do like a remaster, they decided, well, let's just ruin the original. Like it just like it blows my mind what they like did to Warcraft 3. Yeah, I don't know what the heck is up with Blizzard. like at all. Like, this is just gross incompetence at levels that should not be possible for such a large corporation. Because, like, I get it. Management is scummy as hell, you know? Like, they're a bunch of assholes. But, I mean, to that level? Where you just, like, actually just start to ruin so many things. Like, I mean, another perfect example is, what the hell is up with Overwatch? Like, what is Overwatch 2? Like, what is going on there, man? Like, 2 whole years without any updates whatsoever to get, like, what, like 2-3 new characters, and that's about it? Like, it's crazy how much Blizzard has dropped the ball. Because I used to play so much Overwatch, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting how much I used to play Overwatch. And, like, they ruined that so quick. Because, like, the problem with Overwatch is that, like, its meta was always dog shit. It really was. It really, really was. If you played pub matches, you'd realize, like, just how bad it was because everyone would start crying about everything. Like, oh, you're not playing the right character. That's not meta. And it's just like, oh my god, dude, please. Just make a game where I could actually play other characters but the same 3 ones without everyone just crying. Like, it's just, it's crazy. Like, they just, like, they abandon that, and then they come out of nowhere, and it's just like, hey, by the way, Overwatch 2 is going to be a thing. And then they've been talking about Overwatch 2 so much that it's like, I'm already over it. I haven't even played it, and I'm over it. Oh, man. Unreal Tournament is such a travesty. I was really looking forward to, like, the new one that, like, Epic was working on, but then Fortnite decided to just become the largest game ever, and I mean, rightfully abandoned it, because, like, let's be real. Who cares about Unreal Tournament? The only people that care are us boomers. Us old people that just, like, remember the good old days. But, like, kids, they just wanted to play Fortnite. Which, I mean, let's be real. Fortnite is objectively a good game. It really is. Like, in terms of just, like, a free-to-play game, it has a lot of content. Its gameplay itself is nice and tight. Literally, the worst part about it is just that, like, for some reason, it has run worse and worse with every update. But outside of that, I mean, Fortnite is a objectively good game. It's just one of those things where, like, I still prefer arena shooters, you know? Like, I miss the days of Quake. I miss the days of Unreal Tournament. I wouldn't really, like, I don't think that Fortnite and Warzone are really comparable at all. Like, the way that the games play are just so different. Like, I mean, the thing that they just have in common is that they're both battle royales. But outside of that, like, fundamentally, the gameplay is just so different that I can't really, like, compare them. Oh my god, TF2. Rest in peace, TF2. What an absolute classic that just got absolutely abandoned by, like, Valve. Like, I'll tell you one thing. You don't know suffering until you've seen a TF2 fan. Man, Half-Life 2 has to go down in history as one of the greatest games of all time, if not the greatest. Just because of the fact that, like, I mean, the amount of games that spawned out of that is insane. Absolutely insane. Like, Half-Life 2 has birthed whole genres of games. Yeah, this is the Vegas 7. Although the official name of it is just like the Radeon 7, but it's literally just Vega. AMD just decided to, like, rename it and move away from, like, the Vega naming scheme. I mean, personally, it's ridiculous, but AMD and ridiculous GPU naming just go hand in hand. Like AMD is ridiculous with their naming. Like we're on the like 6000 series again. Like when I got my first like actual gaming PC, like gaming like a PC that wasn't just like an office PC that I threw a cheap GPU in. Like I had a like an AMD Radeon HD 6950. And like now they pretty much just sell the exact same GPU. The AMD RX 6950. The closest comparable iGPU is just the 96 EU version of the Iris Xe. It's pretty comparable to like the Radeon 7. Biggest issue is just like you still run into the same driver issues. But in terms of overall performance, they are very comparable. Like when a game works with it, the FPS that you get is pretty much like practically identical. Call of Duty Black Ops 4, I actually have not played much at all. Like by the time that came out, I had moved away from the Call of Duty franchise. I own it. I haven't like played it or anything. I will say one thing about the Call of Duty games though. I do like that they actually have like in-game support for like modded zombie maps. That's actually really, really awesome. Like that a game in such a huge franchise still has like, you know, some semblance of mod support is a really welcome thing to see. Usually it just comes down to the fact that Intel still to this day has a more recognizable brand than AMD does. Because you got to understand that for us enthusiasts and people that like, you know, pay attention to tech stuff, we know like what's up with like, you know, product stacks and like that. But for normies, which are like the vast majority of customers, like normal everyday users outnumber us pretty much 10 to 1. Wow, I got absolutely murked there. But like normal like everyday buyers outnumber us greatly. And they only know Intel. They know Intel because Intel has at this point had almost 2 decades of very, very effective marketing at just getting their name out there. If you ask a normie out there what they know about like computer parts, they might tell you they know what an i3 is, what an i5 is, and what an i7 is. They couldn't tell you the specifics of them, but they will tell you that the 7 is better than the 5 and the 5 is better than the 3. That is the extent that the average user knows. So because of that, Intel, and specifically OEMs that use Intel, can actually demand a higher premium for their products because people will know what Intel is. They see Intel and they think, okay, I recognize that. I'll buy that. I don't know what AMD is. And like it's cheaper, but I'll just go with the one that I know because it's probably a premium product. Even if the performance is worse, even if it's objectively a overall worse purchase, the average person just does not know enough to, you know, like know that. Yeah, like it's crazy what people actually end up buying specifically because they only go based off of like marketing terms that they know. You know, because like someone will see, oh, this is an i7 and it's only $500. Wow, that seems like a great deal. And they don't realize that they're buying an i7 that is 2 to 3 generations old that is performing worse than even low end parts from like current generation. Yeah, because like the truth is that most people just don't pay attention to like hardware reviews and stuff like that, and they don't know, you know, because like if you're just someone that is in the market for a laptop for school, you're not exactly someone that's gonna sit there and watch like 8 videos of people discussing laptops and stuff like that and like performance and things like that. It's one of those things where you have to put in the effort to like learn this stuff. And if you don't do that, you're more than likely gonna get ripped off. It had a hard drive. Oh my god, he got scammed so bad, man. He got absolutely scammed there. That's crazy that they even sell systems with hard drives still. Like hard drives and like TN displays are the things that blow my mind that are still available in any systems at all. Because like IPS displays are so cheap nowadays. They really are. They're ridiculously cheap. And I'd rather have the worst IPS display than like a TN panel. Unless that TN panel is going to be like 120 hertz, I really just would rather have an IPS display. Because like the one benefit that TN panels do have is that their response time is just ridiculously good. Like I still have like a 24-inch monitor that is like a TN display that's 144 hertz that I used for the longest time specifically because the IPS display that I had that was 144 hertz was just so noticeably slower than it that I could not switch over. It wasn't until I got the LG that I have right now that like it actually has like a response time that is comparable to the TN. Really, they still just do hard drives? Like that blows my mind because SSDs are cheap. Even like 120 like 128 gigabyte SSD is super cheap. 256 gigabytes are super cheap. Yeah, see, like that's just like that's a crazy like difference in performance for like pretty much no money. Like what is $30 compared to just like having an overall like generational difference in performance? Yeah, I'm blown away that there's still any systems that come with only 4 gigabytes of RAM. Like, that just seems ridiculous. Like, even Windows freaks out when you only have 4 gigabytes of RAM. Like, I was helping a friend who had a, like, what was it? It was like a Surface Pro, like, I think either 7th generation or 8th generation, that it was having, like, some, like rebooting issue that we just could not, like, figure out what was the cause of it. But it only had 4 gigabytes of RAM. And just booting into Windows when it would work was insane. Windows was already eating up more than half of that RAM just from it running at idle. Trying to run like anything, like any installer, like just trying to like update the drivers on it was hell because it was just so starved for RAM. Yeah, the whole soldered RAM thing, it just like blows my mind. Like, I get it in the sense that some of these designs are so thin and light that they have to do it. But it's like, at least put in a decent amount. Like, a lot of these people will just like put in like bare minimum amounts of soldered RAM that like end up just causing like issues in the long run. Because like 4 gigabytes of soldered RAM is a travesty. Absolutely a travesty. It should just be 8. 8 should be the minimum. Yeah, this is running on the Radeon 7. That seems crazy to spend $650 and get a hard drive. A hard drive. That's just disrespectful. Like, that is a company that does not respect their customers. Because like an SSD is such a cheap upgrade to do to a laptop that makes the usability so much better. It's like not even like I don't even know how that's up for like debate at all. So like a company that does that is pretty much saying that we just don't value your experience. Like, you are too poor for us to care, is what they're saying. And that's just ridiculous. Because like you're spending $650. It's like, it's not like you're buying like a $200 system here. You know, you are a customer. What the hell just happened to him there? That's wild. Could he not just have bought one on Amazon? Like that just... Yeah, I have no idea why my man just glitched out so hard there. But I put him out of his misery. Alright, let's swap to the alien gun. Yeah, like, it's crazy how boot times have changed in computers nowadays. Like, I remember back in the XP days, you'd turn on the power button, you'd just go, you know, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink, go to the restroom, come back, and you're halfway through the boot process. Like nowadays, like sometimes I just miss the BIOS. I literally like don't hit the BIOS button quick enough and I'm already like at the desktop. Like SSDs were such a huge leap in performance for laptops that like I still think it is the single biggest upgrade you can do to any system. Like that was another one of those reasons why like a lot of people had like a huge stigma against like Windows laptops, because a lot of them came with hard drives. And so like people were like, wow, this really sucks compared to an Apple system. And it's like, well, no, Apple just used an SSD. Yeah, I like it, boot times at this point are to the point where I don't even care. Like I just hit the on button and that thing's on, because I still do the whole go to the restroom, go get a snack and all of that. But like I'm already just, I've been sitting at the desktop waiting for the longest, you know? I'm not sure if the PS2 had like a hard drive, because like you would play the games off of the disc and you would use the memory card. Like you would have to buy a separate memory card to actually like store the save files. Like I think maybe some models of the PlayStation 2 could have a hard drive, but the memory card was like the way to go about it. The PlayStation 3 did have a hard drive though. You could install a 2.5 inch SSD on it, but the OS wasn't optimized at all for SSDs, so you got literally no benefit. And I don't even think it supported trim. And trim is really important to like the usability of SSDs. So if you don't have like a trim like feature, then all that ends up happening is that eventually the SSD will start to slow down. The PS4 was also a hard drive. I think that the PlayStation the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox One the S and X are the only ones that actually like have come with SSDs. Like those were the first generation of SSD consoles. Yeah, for the longest time, I mean, part of the reason that the load times on consoles were so brutal was specifically because they weren't just using like hard drives, they were using 2.5 inch hard drives, which those always tap out at just 5400 RPM. So they pretty much just suck really bad in terms of speed. Oh yeah, like especially on the PlayStation 3, specifically, I remember playing Fallout 4 on there, or not Fallout 4, Fallout 3. And anytime I walked through a door, it was essentially a gamble on whether or not the console was gonna crash. It was just sitting there for about 5 minutes hoping that the loading screen was actually gonna load and not just sit frozen. It was brutal, but I still played it. I still played the hell out of it. And by the end of it, I had over 400 hours in Fallout 3 on the PlayStation 3. when every time I went through a door, I was literally playing a game of roulette on whether or not I was actually going to crash or not. Yeah, it's crazy just what, like, all of that was like. Yeah, like, that's just how we all played games. It's wild. It's wild what was normal back then. My God, these dudes on their little pods are so annoying. Leave me alone. Like, you would be just so surprised, like, how bad the gaming experience was on a lot of console games, and people still played them and they still have super fond memories. Yeah, I gotta aim for their heads. It's just super hard to try to aim with the controller just because, like, you know, you try to adjust it and the controller seems to fight you. Like, it really wants the aim assist to be like dead center. Oh, cooking myself here. Overall, I feel like the gaming like space is at a much better place than it's ever been because like consoles nowadays are literally just PCs. I'm pretty sure that's not right because like all laptop hard drives are just 5400 RPM. Like, it was only desktop hard drives that ever ended up going all the way up to 7200 and even all the way up to 10,000 on some of them. But laptop hard drives have always just been 54. Because like it's all just like standard designs from like the manufacturers, you know, like Seagate, Western Digital, Toshiba. I mean, back then there were like more manufacturers, but like they're like the remaining ones at this point, and they pretty much just like they use like a standard like design. Wait, can I yoink their vehicle? Let me in. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, but there's no way that he could get like something that just doesn't exist. Like there are no hard drives that go like that fast, especially like laptop sized ones. Like it's why if you buy like a small external hard drive, they still come with just like the 5400 RPM ones. Like it's pretty much just like it's like a standard thing across like all the manufacturers. Yeah, no, like the only thing that like can actually like increase the speed of like hard drives really is just having more like spinning disks inside of them. And that's kind of like the biggest limiting factor of like laptop sized hard drives. They're kind of just like they're too small to like throw in like more spinning disks. Cuz it's why like the sequential speeds of big hard drives like an 18 terabyte one can be pretty decent. Like you can transfer up to like almost like 200 like megabits per second on those. It just has to be like huge files that you're transferring over. If you're transferring a bunch of small files, then you run into like the usual issues of like the seek times and all of that of like hard drives being like a limiting factor. But in general, it's why SSDs are just so much better. So much better. But more than likely, the hard drive that you had on there was probably faster, just because like older designs tend to just not run as well. Yeah, I mean, at this point, hard drives pretty much are only good if you need like big storage. Even gaming off of them, some games really don't like you doing that. Yeah, I hate when laptops have limited amounts of ports. Just give me a crap ton of like USB ports and I'm happy. At this point though, I'm a huge like supporter of USB-C. I think USB-C as a standard is fantastic. I just wish there was more standardization on like the spec requirements. Because you'll get like one system that has a USB-C port that doesn't do display out, or it won't do power in. And then you'll get another system that will do power in but won't do display out. It's like it's all over the place. It's all hit or miss. It's like it's just so annoying. Like if you just give me at least 2 USB-C ports and one of them is like a full capable USB-C port with like power and display, then I'm happy. Yeah, see, that stuff is so annoying because like then you have to like buy a USB hub to like use more things and stuff like that. Yeah, USB, I don't know what the like I don't know who's running the USB Foundation for all of that, but that person just needs to just be removed because USB was so simple. You had USB, you had USB 2.0, you had USB 3.0. Then they decided to just start doing all of this crazy stuff with 3.1, then 3.2 X2. And it's just like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, who is this for? They want to just purposely make everything confusing. I'm hoping that USB 4 solves a lot of those issues. Where USB 4 just ends up being like, you know, like the standard and like no more confusion after that. Yeah, like it's ridiculous just having such limited ports, and like it's one of those ways that like OEMs will like purposely make cheaper models just seem worse than higher end ones. Like it's a way for them to just artificially limit the actual level of usability of the system so you're incentivized to buy a more expensive system. It's really stupid. I don't think that the prices of hard drives right now are really that expensive considering, I mean, you can get 18 terabytes for like around like $300. That's a lot of storage that you're getting for $300 as opposed to like on an SSD, you spend $300, you might get a 4 terabyte, maybe. Yeah, USB-C hubs are the greatest. Like I use a USB-C hub that has Ethernet, it has HDMI, it has 2 USB-Cs. One of the USB-Cs actually does power, and it has 2 full-size USBs. Like it's great, and like it cost me like 20 bucks. 20 bucks and one USB-C port can pretty much have almost all my peripherals hooked up to it. I just wish it had like a second USB-C port, really. Like that's like my only complaint. Because I would love to just be able to connect even more things. But USB-C is really just like, it's like the greatest. Like I am a huge fan of it. At first, I thought the whole dongle life was going to be stupid. But realistically speaking, if you wanted to hook up a lot of things to your laptop anyway, you were going to have to use a USB hub. At least now you get one that has like a lot more features to it. How in the hell do I go up there? Yeah, I really think that USB-C is like actually one of the best updates that have ever been done to USB. Like it's so good. It's so good. Like the biggest issues with it is just the inconsistency in what does and doesn't work on a USB-C port. I think that's like the biggest failing with it is just like the lack of standardization when it comes to that. Because like if that was like more standardized, then like all of the issues that I have with it would just go away. God, I hope so. Because I'm an iPhone user, and like the lightning cable is literally the worst thing that has ever happened to me in my life. It's so bad. Like I have never had a cable that just dies out of nowhere so quickly. Like you will just have one of those cables and then out of nowhere it's just like, you know what? I'm just not going to work anymore. And you got to buy a whole new ass cable. And it's like, why? I don't understand. I've literally never had any issues with any USB-C cable. Like a single one. Like every USB-C cable that I've ever had, I still have that is functional. I burn through iPhone cables like crazy. Yeah, those iPhone charging cables, like the lightning connection is so garbage. I really wish that they would just switch over to USB-C. I'm hoping that now that the iPads are on USB-C that like the iPhone is making the switch. Yeah, for real. Those cables, like the sun might come out the wrong way and it just decides today's the day I die. Like the cable would just not have been touched and it still just commits Sudoku. It's crazy. And like finding good third-party cables is just so annoying. Yeah, I really like I get why they keep USB-C just for like backwards compatibility with like a bunch of hardware. But like I wish that they would have like given it like a specific name that like was more like known to people. Because USB-C was the first time that they really like actively made a push to get people to understand the naming scheme of the ports. So like USB-C or like USB-A kind of is just like in an awkward spot where you only know about like the name of it if you're an enthusiast. If you're a regular user, you're not going to know the name of it. Yeah, I'm hoping that the EU actually forces Apple to switch over to the USB-C standard. Like, I think that overall that is a good thing, especially because cables do cause a lot of e-waste. Like, a lot of e-waste. Like, to the point where I can totally understand why they would want to, like, limit all of that. Hello there. I'm doing great. How are you? Yeah, it took me forever to actually find a third-party brand that isn't garbage. Because, like, really, if you don't have, like, an official Apple cable, you're going to have so many issues. Like, I had to, like, scour through, like, Amazon and order, like, 5 different cables to find the one that actually works. And it's been the one that I consistently buy. I'd have to, like, open up my Amazon, app right now just to figure it out, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody else had the pull to really like do their own cable because like I know everyone else would have loved to have done it. Samsung in particular, I know they would have loved to have had their own like standard cable that only they used. But they just don't have the same kind of clout that like Apple has where they can just pretty much dictate like their own cable. Because, like, you know, everybody else would want to just do the same thing because they want to do the same thing. They'd love to sell overpriced cables. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to be able to sell a $25 USB cable? Everyone wants to do it. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the safest way to go, especially when you're buying cables for family, is just to go with the official Apple one. It's less headaches. I'm willing to take the risk for my own things just because it's one of those things where it's like, if something goes wrong, at least it only affects me. But if it's like for family or anything like that, I just go with the official stuff because I don't like A lot of tech support for family is literally just, how can I make sure that they never call me about this ever again? Because like that's really just the biggest problem, is just you suggest something like, oh look, this cable is just cheaper and it works just as well, and they run into some issue, and then it's just like you get that call at 10 p.m. and they're just like, my iPhone just caught on fire, and it's like, I'm so sorry. It normally just doesn't do that. So I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, pretty much. Like literally every big tech company just wants to have like their own standard for everything. I mean, Sony's whole history was that. Part of the reason that the Vita, which was a fantastic handheld console, failed was because a 32 gigabyte memory card was like $300. Yeah, like Apple took that one personally there, you know? Because like Apple with the lightning cables is just ridiculous. But Sony really, they just like, they're the OGs in terms of just like making the most stupid proprietary standards. Like it's funny just how ridiculous a lot of their stuff is. Because like already the memory cards that were also available even for the original like PlayStation Portable were ridiculous. But you could at least find adapters where you could like make, you know, micro SD cards into like working with that. But the Vita was just such a weird standard that it straight up just killed the console. It really did. It really, really just straight up killed the console. Because like Sony just demanding so much money for these tiny ass memory cards in a time when SD cards were already standard pretty much meant that overall the user experience was just hurt just so that Sony could make a little bit more money. It was so stupid. And it sucks because I loved the Vita. I had a friend who bought a Vita. He had the OG one that came with the OLED display. One of the greatest consoles I had ever seen. I wanted one so bad. I'm glad I didn't get one because then I would have been extra hurt. That would have been just extra painful. Like, imagine paying all that money for the console and the memory card only to have no games to play. That was just really the biggest middle finger that Sony gave to their fans. Yeah, I really miss phones having micro SD card slots. The headphone jack, I've made my peace with it. I use Bluetooth headphones now. I've become a normie like that. So I've moved past that, but the lack of storage, I can't get over it. I just can't. Like an iPhone where I could just put in a 1 terabyte SD card slot, SD card would make my life so much easier. Because a lot of the times, like, I want to film stuff, you know, like laptop related things, but I run out of storage so quickly on my iPhone that it's like, and I can't justify spending $1,000 just to get like a phone that has like 256 or like 512 gigabytes of storage. That's insane. Yeah, like I think that the tech industry has just changed so much back then because like, I mean, just look at those companies back then, you know? Because I mean, like Steve Jobs was the guy that pushed also for the lightning cable, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where like, and like they had the 30-pin adapter back then too, you know? It's just one of those things where when the companies were all smaller, they had to collaborate with each other more. They needed to make standards with each other. All of these companies are now so massive that they pretty much are their own separate universes. Like Apple is a $1 trillion company. Microsoft is a $1 trillion company. Google is a $1 trillion company. Each one of these companies has billions of users under their belt to the point where they don't need to standardize anything amongst each other. They just need to have standards that only their users will adhere to. And that overall just ruins the experience for everybody. Because, you know, like nobody that worked on establishing the USB standard and foundation was doing it out of the kindness of their heart. It was a necessity in the industry. A necessity that is still present there, but just does not affect the big boys the way that it used to. It's why Apple can fight tooth and nail to keep their Lightning standard, even though the whole industry has moved to USB-C and everyone is just begging them to move over. Like they have so much users, like so many users, they have so much outweighed power that they're able to just, you know, kind of dictate all of that. Like it's literally going to take legislation from the European Union to potentially get them to actually switch over to a standard that everyone else agrees on. Like it just shows how massive the computer industry has just become over the years. Where like, I mean, we have companies that have essentially like about as much money as like some small countries do. And so they have all of that clout. They have the clout to just be able to do whatever they want. It's a overall just rough situation to be in if you're like a regular everyday user. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, what can you do really? Because like in terms of phones, who are you going to go with? You either buy an Android phone where Google is going to dictate your life, or you buy an iPhone where Apple's going to dictate your life. Same with a PC. What are you going to do? Are you going to buy a Mac where Apple dictates your life, or are you going to buy a PC where Microsoft is going to dictate your life because they feel like you are too irresponsible of a person to really know how to control your own computer? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Go live in the mountains with your Linux laptop and just like live the hermit life. I really hope that SteamOS 3.0 ends up actually like taking off and becoming like more standard, because I would love to actually be able to daily drive Linux. Like if I could just daily drive Linux, I would be so happy. I mean, realistically, I could if I was willing to just like, because like for the everyday stuff that I do, like use a web browser and just be on YouTube, like watch Twitch, things like that. The things that I do regularly, I can do that on Linux already and have a better experience than Windows. Like really, like in terms of just like regular web browsing and stuff like that, Linux is fantastic. It's so good. It's so fast. It doesn't get in your way about anything at all. But it's when you want to play games that aren't on Steam specifically, and it's when you want to use programs like the Adobe Creative Cloud, which is what I use for like video editing, that everything falls apart. Yeah, there's actually a way to disable that. I think probably after this stream, I'm probably just going to film a video and show you guys actually how to disable that, because it is really fucking annoying and there is actually a way of doing it. Are you saying like why is that like a update thing happening? But yeah, like there is a way to disable it. I had to like figure it out also specifically because like this laptop kept doing the exact same thing. Oh, are you asking like wait, like what about Linux? Like what about Linux are you asking there? I got like confused in the convos there. Welcome back. I haven't found any like issues with like Windows 11 on it. I use Windows 11 on this laptop and I use it on my HP Aero 13. And I was able to like disable the updating thing pretty easily. Yeah, if you go to like the device manager and like go to your GPU, if it has installed the old drivers, what you do is you go there and you pretty much go to the driver tab for the actual like GPU, and you tell it to roll back the driver. You tell it like to roll back the driver and it'll ask you why you want to do it. And you pretty much just tell it that it's bugged and it will stop like forcing that update. Because like that is what Microsoft does. They install whatever driver was given to them by the OEM. So like that's what they like force install on there. If you want to like actually like install the drivers yourself, you pretty much have to tell Windows that like, no, stop doing this because it is a broken driver. Yeah, it's really annoying how like Microsoft goes about like doing the update thing. And again, I get it because most people would not update their drivers if given the chance. You know, and like that does pose certain issues in terms of performance and sometimes even security issues. So I get why Microsoft is aggressive about it, but I think that they should have just a way for you as a power user to be able to just disable it in like 1 or 2 clicks. It should not be something where you have to go through multiple menus and like hit multiple buttons and have to essentially beg Microsoft to not update it because it's broken. Like it's ridiculous how they go about that. And like it happens on Intel systems as well. It's not just an AMD thing. I had the exact same thing happen when I had the 1235U. And I had to do the exact same thing to like get it to stop. Yeah, the improved drivers don't really help the APUs too much because all of the improvements seem to be focused on just RDNA like graphics cards in general. Like at this point, GCN has just been depreciated. Like it's not really getting any like performance uplifts or anything like that. Yeah, I want to do emulation, but the problem is finding the ROMs. You know, like specifically finding Wii U and Wii, GameCube, and Wii U ROMs is very difficult to find in not overly shady ways. Like I would love to be able to test all of those, but I would need to find somewhere where I can get the ROM safely. Because like that's really the biggest issue. I don't want to get like ransomware or anything like that because that would just be absolutely devastating. And unfortunately, all of these companies have made it very, very difficult to actually source these ROMs in easy ways. It's not like the old days where you could just Google it and find like these websites that like had been around for a long time and had just been hosting ROMs for a while. Yeah, I think Diablo 3 Resurrection should run on here. Probably late game is going to become a little difficult, but I'm pretty sure it would probably run on here, but I don't own it. Which emulator did you try? Are you talking about you tried Diablo? I've literally just been running or driving around just destroying things. I've been so distracted with just like talking to you guys that I've not even been playing the game. Oh man, I love the old Ratchet and Clank games. See, that's why I want to like do emulator stuff, but it's about finding the ROMs. I got to do it, or I got to find somebody that knows how to do it and then can just like give me a link for all of it. Like if I could yeah, I did end up playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance earlier. Played it. If you just want like the too long didn't read, I'll just play it at 1080p low settings and it runs at 60 FPS. Medium drops it down immediately to 30 and is just like practically unplayable for it. But 1080p lowest settings, like the low preset, and you're golden. And honestly, there is no visual difference. So I would really just recommend you just go down the route of playing that at 1080p low. Yeah, I mean, like, go with whatever TDP your system can handle, honestly. Like I don't even recommend 30 for most people because most of these systems can't handle it. But if you can handle 35 watts or 40 watts, go right ahead, because overall that's just more performance for you. And yeah, this is dual channel. This is dual channel 3200 mega transfers, RAM, 16 gigabytes of it. That's pretty much like the fastest speed you're going to be able to get in terms of RAM on this, just because the 5500U does not support XMP. It only uses JDEC speeds, and that is the fastest that you can go with JDEC. But yeah, overall, like, just go with whatever TDP your system can support. If you can go all the way up to like 40, go right ahead. Yeah, I've noticed, because like obviously I'm gonna look on YouTube and see who else does videos on like the 5500U, and like I'm surprised the amount of people that just like do it on like single channel like systems and stuff like that. You know, it does surprise me the amount of channels out there that actually do like the same kind of videos that I do. Though a lot of them don't do voiceover for some reason. Like, I mean, how do you guys prefer videos? Do you guys prefer voiceover in them, or do you prefer like no voiceover? Because I mean, personally, I've always preferred videos that had voiceover, but like, I mean, some of those videos do get actually really solid views, so it makes me wonder, like, am I doing something wrong with talking? Yeah, see, okay, I like, that's how I feel. I prefer voiceover way, way more. Way, way more. Because I mean, I literally just started this channel just because I wanted to like make the kind of content that I wish was out there. Because every time I would look up games for like these systems, it would always be like some video where like it's just gameplay, maybe with like the FPS counter up there, never showing 1% lows, never showing frame times, and no voiceover whatsoever. Yeah, like if you're gonna buy a laptop with single channel, it better be one that you can actually like upgrade yourself, because if not, you're signing yourself up for a world of pain when it comes to like trying to play games. And even just general day-to-day usability, you'll start to notice that sometimes things will just slow down because it has to just wait on RAM. And it really overall is just not that great of an experience. It's why I never agreed with people, like back in the like old days, people would just recommend, oh, if you're building a budget PC, just buy one stick of RAM, like an 8 gigabyte stick, and then just throw in another one later. Because like for the longest time, like not having dual channel actually would just severely affect performance, like specifically in 1% lows. Like it's always been like that. The people that always would recommend that just did not measure 1% lows. They only looked at averages and thought, oh, okay, well, it didn't do anything to the performance. But if you measured 1% lows and frame times, you'd notice a huge impact to it. I don't really feel comfortable like putting out my real name right now, just because you never know. I mean, actually, it's on my Twitter. If you want to like see what my real name is, just literally go to my Twitter. I don't want to like just say it just cuz. I do want to buy a new laptop, but only when I can find a 6600U at a reasonable price. Yeah, it's just one of those things where like people could be weird sometimes on YouTube. So like, if you want to know, just you could go onto my Twitter and like find it on there. But like, I don't want to like put it out there on YouTube if I don't have to. Yeah, I would love to get like a laptop with the 6600U for like review purposes, especially to compare with the 5600U. But right now, like the prices of them are kind of just ridiculous, and like the wait times on them are crazy. Like I was looking at a Lenovo one that was like with tax and the discount code that it came with, it was going to be around $900, but the wait time on it was like around 2 months. Now people said that it would probably come in way quicker than that, but like waiting 2 months for it just kind of seemed really brutal. HP versus Dell laptops really just depends on the specific model series, because both of them are big enough that they will have some absolute crap lines and then some absolute great ones. So it really just depends on what specific models you're comparing here. Like, you can't really just go straight up like one company better than the other. Like, if we're going to go just like straight up just company versus company, the way that I would rank them, I would probably, like, at least in terms of the big boys, I would go Lenovo number 1. I would go then probably I'm going to go HP, just because HP, like, I've used enough HP models that like I like what I've seen, and like the last few Dells that I've used have not been the best. So I would probably rank Dell third, but like second and third are really close to each other. Like, there's really hardly any difference between HP and Dell. The only thing I don't like about MSI is that all of their laptops look ugly. Same with Gigabyte. I just don't like the ones that just go for that super gamer aesthetic. It's why, like, I would rather get an HP Omen than like anything from MSI or Gigabyte, just because they look nice. I wouldn't buy a Razer laptop. They're too small of a company. They're too small of a company, and it's too expensive of a system where if you need support for it, you're gonna have a horrible time. Like, one of the only benefits of ever buying like a Dell system really is just how good the support is. Cause like I had like an old like Dell, like, what do they call like the line that's like right below the XPS? It wasn't an XPS, but I think it was like maybe like an Inspiron or something like that. I forgot what exactly their line is, but it was one below that, and I had to like essentially like OEM it. And oh man, Dell was super good with their support. Super good with their support. Like, they were super quick. Like, they really handled stuff really well. Wait, does the Lenovo with 4X2 like not let you upgrade at all? 2666 megahertz shouldn't make a substantial difference. It's definitely like going to be slightly worse than just 3200 mega transfers, but like outside of that, it's not going to be dramatic. Like, I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't keep me up at night. You know, like, it's one of those things where I wouldn't worry about it too much. Like, if you can upgrade it, go for it. But I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, no, I really like Huawei's MateBook series, like, a lot. It was one of those like laptop lines that I had always really wanted to get, just because it's like, it's so close in design to like an Apple like laptop while also using Windows. And like, I think Huawei understood a lot of like what makes Apple products great, in the sense that they focused a lot on the usability and less on just pure specs. The only problem with buying anything Huawei is just the lack of support. Between an MX 350 or a Vega 7, I would go with the MX 350. I'm not 100% sure on the level of performance of the MX 330, so I won't comment on that. But I've used the MX 350 before, and I do like it. I do like it a lot. Like, I would pretty much just go with either an MX from Nvidia or any like GPU from like Radeon over anything that Intel currently has. Just because, like, I mean, with the MX, the MX's biggest issue is just like the very limited VRAM that you just cannot fix. Like, on the APUs, the more system RAM you have, the more you can just allocate so that it can just be like video RAM. So a game that like needs more than 4 gigabytes of RAM will actually open if you have like 16 gigabytes of RAM on your system. But on the MX, because you're only limited to the 2 gigabytes of built-in RAM, that can be a problem in some games. But the level of performance that you get on the games that it does work with is really nice. Really, really nice. You just also get worse battery life. Yeah, this is at low settings. Yeah, if you turn off turbo boost on your CPU, it drops the temperature significantly, but it does affect the performance in certain games. Yeah, I really like MX. I like the MX GPUs. The biggest issue is just the fact that they only put 2 gigabytes of RAM on them, and I think that's an artificial limitation because they sell like the RAM specifically. Like you can buy like 2 gigabyte like or 4 gigabyte like modules for them. Like Nvidia could just put those on there, but it would start to actually cannibalize the sales of like their lower tier GPUs. And like they really don't want that. Like they don't want to cannibalize with the MX series, which is unfortunate because an MX 350 with 4 gigabytes of RAM would be a monster, an absolute monster. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 9 should run on there perfectly fine. I actually was testing Mortal Kombat 10 earlier today for a video, and Mortal Kombat 10 like ran really, really well on there. So Mortal Kombat 9 is going to run probably even better unless it's super poorly optimized. An RTX 2060 versus a PS5, I would go with the 2060 just because I prefer PC gaming in general. Like on a PS5, I hate playing shooters with a controller, so I'm not going to be, like, I wouldn't play any shooters on there. The biggest selling points for a PS5 right now for me is literally just being able to play the Spider-Man games, and those are coming out on PC. So I would rather honestly have the RX 2060. I actually don't own an MX 350 though. I've only used one from a friend. Like I feel weird just being like, hey, can I borrow your system for like a little while so that I can like do a YouTube video for it? Like that feels kind of cringe, you know? I don't use a laptop cooler anymore. I used to have one that actually had like fans on it and everything, but I switched over to one that's just like metal and has like ventilation holes in the bottom, and like there was no performance difference whatsoever. Which makes sense when you really think about it, because most laptops don't have enough ventilation in the bottom to actually let extra air in from like, you know, other fans. Valorant at 1024 by 768. I don't think I'm ever going to test like resolutions like that, but trust me, you're going to get really high performance at that. Like if you look at my videos and you see me playing at 1080p and getting a high FPS, just know you're going to get an even higher one than that to a certain extent. In those games, the CPU is actually a limiting factor. It actually does prevent you from getting like higher levels of performance. So it's just one of those things where like you are gonna actually be able to like get really decent numbers. I'm guessing you're playing at those resolutions just because like that's what you're used to playing. Like I know a lot of people that used to play like CS 1.6 and like Source would play at like those aspect ratios. Hell, I know a lot of pros still play like that. Yeah, the Mortal Kombat 10 video should be coming out. It's just the built-in benchmark in it is so short that I didn't want to just show like, you know, like just 2-second clips of each setting. So like I pretty much would have to like run a game and then, you know, like show the numbers for it, and then like it was a lot more like a lot more recording. Like one of the reasons that the amount of videos that I put has slowed down dramatically is just because I want to be more thorough with the tests, and it eats up a lot of time. Like I think like, okay, I'll record like this game. It'll only take me like an hour or two to like do the testing. And then suddenly 4 hours go by and I'm like deep still into testing because like I want to like test out all of the different like performance presets and show like the numbers for it, because I know a lot of you guys can't run at anything past stock, and some of you guys can go all the way up to like 40 watts, you know? So it's one of those things where I want to at least cover enough that like everyone at least gets some form of representation in the testing. Yeah, I don't know if single channel is going to let you hit that consistently, at least in terms of like, you got to pay attention to your 1% lows. Because the numbers that you get might be pretty high, but it is like one of those things where like the 1% lows might just drag down the experience. Yeah, like you being able to reach 40 watts. I mean, I guarantee you're probably getting a nice level of performance there, and like I guarantee your 1% lows are rock solid. Because like that is a lot of wattage going in there, and that means that the CPU is getting all it needs to be able to boost up, and the GPU is pretty much going to be at max clocks all the time unless it's just not necessary. Whoa, okay, I did not expect it to just blow up there. Yeah, I want to do 5M. Like I really want to like try it out and like test it out, because I love watching GTA RP. Like last year, I was addicted to watching No Pixel. Like that was just like, I would wake up and it's like, okay, who's live? Who's live? Oh, Buddha's live. Okay, about to sit here and literally watch him like just role play for like the next 8 hours, you know, while like I just do like schoolwork and shit like that. Like it was just like ridiculous. You have 2,000 hours in like GTA in general, or specifically in 5M? Yeah, my Twitch name was like made a really long time ago. I want to switch it over to like something else, but I just don't know what. Like, should I just go with Evo for it? Like Evo Tech? Because like it's literally like I made that like about 10 years ago. I actually had like another like YouTube channel where like I would like do like gaming videos that was like the exact same name. And I got it to like around almost like 2,000 subscribers before I like stopped doing it, because like gaming videos really just became like super boring to try to do. Yeah, like I always like am jealous of like Twitch streamers that can just come up with super like catchy short names. Like a lot of like the Minecraft people like have like solid names. Like I really think Quackity has a solid name. It's so unique, it's so catchy. Like I'm jealous of that name. Cause it like Quackity, that's like it's so like unique and yet so catchy, you know, and like it can get like you can just remember it. Yeah, I don't like GTA 5 online at all, but like I wish I could like get into like a role play server that isn't super toxic. You know what I mean? Like that is one of the problems with like being in non-whitelisted stuff. Cause like I'll watch No Pixel and it looks so great, and then I'll hop into like a public RP server, and then you have like a 12-year-old calling you the N-word, and it's like, ah, well that's not pleasant. Like overall, it's just one of those things where like I need to know which are the good RP servers. Like, are there any you recommend to like join, like for someone that's like new? Because like I mean, I want to get into RP. I really do like it a lot. Like I love watching it. I'd love to like try to do it. Oh my god, I keep just blowing myself up out here. But yeah, I really just I wish I could come up with like a solid like Twitch name. You know, one that's like catchy that like people will like be able to like recognize. And I would like it to be a little like detached from like the Evo stuff. Minecraft server, Evo SMP. Yeah, nah. That'll happen when we reach 1 million subscribers. That's when we'll do that. Because like I can promise you, if I actually started a Minecraft server, you would never see me testing anything ever again. That's kind of crazy. So wait, can you not like upgrade it to be a dual channel? Like, can it only like have single channel? Like can you not just like throw in another stick in there or something? Because I guarantee you, throwing in another stick in there will just improve your 1% loads to the point where the game will be perfectly playable. Because like the IGPU in the 3500U is actually not that far from like the level of performance that you get out of this one. Like it really isn't. Like they're so similar. Road to 1 million, let's go. Yeah, that'll be the day. Whenever that happens, I'd be blown away. Because channels like this don't reach 1 million subs. They just don't. Like YouTube pretty much just shows me like who are the channels that you guys watch. Like it has like, oh, here are the channels that your audiences watch. And like all of them are like I think the biggest one on my list is Random Gaming HD, which I love his videos, by the way. Random Gaming HD is one of my favorite channels. I absolutely love the dude. But like that's like the biggest one. So like the channels that like do this kind of stuff, they really don't seem to hit 1 million subs. So I have no expectation. Hell, if I reach 100,000, I would be like shocked. You know, like it's one of those things where like that's a whole different world.
I'm probably gonna be late for my appointment.
Hey there. Okay, so you're gonna upgrade to a 5500U. Why specifically a 5500U? Are they like cheaper right now where you live, or what? Like, why that and not a 5600U or 5625U? Not to say that the 5500U is a bad choice. I'm just curious why you're going with it. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge leap in performance for sure. For sure. It's gonna be like a night and day difference. Especially like if you do anything that requires CPU. Yeah, I would imagine they're not going with 6000 series just because the price. Just because the price of that is like kind of ridiculous right now. Price and availability. I mean, getting a 5500U right now isn't a bad move if you can get it for a really solid deal. But it is one of those things where it's like if you can just spend a little bit more and get yourself a 5600U, I would rather get that. Yeah, the single channel RAM really is a killer in terms of performance. It really, really is. Because like it's not like the IPC is super high on the 3500U, but it's not bad really. Like it's not terrible levels of performance, at least on the CPU side. It's literally just held back by the fact that it's like single channel. But like you could find some pretty solid deals on 5500U systems where like I think it's still worth getting like in current year essentially. But it is one of those things where like if an extra like $100 gets you like a 5625U, I would go for that. But it really just depends on how much those $100 like matters to you, because I know you guys are like in regions where like that is a big deal and like there's no reason to spend that kind of money if it's going to be like if it's going to be like something you really have to think about, you know? Yeah, I really want a remaster for Saints Row 2. I love Saints Row 2, but my god, does it run so bad on PC. Like the port of it was such a disaster. How much are 6000 series like laptops in your region? Like, have you looked at prices for them? I'm curious how that compares to the 5500U. Because like I know in some regions the pricing for that is just ridiculous. Like, we're talking about like a 3x increase in price. Where it's just like, why would you spend, you know, like 3 times the amount to get yourself like a 6600U? Like, it's gonna be like faster for sure, but like not 3 times faster. And especially because we're talking about like, you know, like a $500 system versus a $1,500 one. Like, it's like not even comparable. Yeah, not even available in your region. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is for most places. Like, it's kind of crazy how the 6000 series has been the most paper launch that I've ever seen in my life. Like, we're about to be at another generation, and those chips were just not available anywhere. Like, anywhere at all. Like, it sucks that like the only way to like have gotten like a like any RDNA 2 system was me buying that like G14 that I ended up selling just because it did not play nice with having the dedicated GPU there. Because anytime I would disable the dedicated GPU, the iGPU would have this weird stuttering problem that like it took a while for me to fix. I fixed, a Windows update happened, and it broke everything again, and I just could not be bothered to go through the effort of trying to like fix everything again. Like the Asus G14, I really liked it, but I also hated it. 1,251 USD in India. I mean, like, that's crazy because, like, I mean, like, the average monthly salary in India is really, really low compared to that. That's not worth it at all. That is a straight up ripoff. Like, that is fucked up that they even sell it like that. Like, that is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, like literally double the price of your laptop, and it's not twice as fast. Like not even close to twice as fast.
Thanks for the bike. Keep right. You won't last long.
Like, especially because like in terms of like CPU performance, there was no real like noticeable gain going with 6000 series. So it's literally all just the iGPU. And like already that's a 6600U. That's already the cut down version of RDNA. Yeah, honestly. Like, I would rather play with rocks than just end up losing all that money. Let me just throw some stones into the pond. That's always a classic. The graphics are better outside anyway. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, hardware is getting to the point where it's so expensive that it might actually just be better to touch grass. Yeah, I'm very curious what DDR5 is really going to be doing in terms of like the performance increase there. Because DDR5 is pretty interesting. PCI 4.0 less so. Just because like I don't need faster SSDs really. I don't need faster SSDs, and like I mean, you're not having a dedicated graphics card there anyway. Like, I already just have trouble saturating like a full speed like PCI 3.0 SSD, let alone a 4.0 one. And we're about to have 5.0. Like, SSDs are getting to the point where they're so fast that like, does anybody really care at this point? Because like, I mean, what are people doing with SSDs? Like, hell, I move like hundreds of gigabytes worth of like video, and even then I don't care about faster SSDs. I just don't. I really don't. Yeah, I mean, I think Thunderbolt is a pretty powerful feature, honestly. Though, I mean, now with USB 4 becoming like the standard, and it's going to essentially incorporate Thunderbolt, hopefully we'll see more AMD laptops actually starting to launch with Thunderbolt support, essentially. Because like, I mean, like an AMD APU with an eGPU would actually be a sick combo. Super sick combo. Like if you could have, you know, like a 6600U or a 6800U paired with like it doesn't have to be anything powerful. It could be like a 3060. You have yourself a solid gaming system there. Solid gaming system. Where you won't have to like deal with like, oh, do I have to play this game at low settings or anything like that? No, it's just like you're going to be able to do like medium to high settings on most things at 1080p. You could use 144 hertz refresh rate, like display with like a lot of esports titles. It would just be a night and day difference. Yeah, pretty much. Like, because what the 5500U is literally just an AMD like 3600X just with an iGPU installed on it. And like, who is going to really tell you that a 3600X isn't a fantastic CPU to this day? It's really solid, really solid. If you could pair that with an eGPU, that's really solid levels of performance. Literally, the biggest downside to the 5500U is just that the CPU boost clock is capped at 4 gigahertz. That is literally it. That is just the biggest issue with it. Because if it could go all the way up to like 4.5 gigahertz or something like that, you would actually get even better performance in games like Valorant. Because Valorant is actually CPU limited. Like, actually CPU limited. Where you could get a higher average if you just had like a faster CPU. And it sucks that you can't just overclock it, you know? Like, you could throw more wattage at it, but like the hard limit of the clock speed is just, you know, that 4 gigahertz speed. But just in general, like Thunderbolt becoming like more mainstream in USB 4.0, I think it's going to be an overall really good thing in the long run. Because if we can get cheap laptops that come with that, that changes everything. That changes everything. Because it would be so easy to just recommend somebody to just buy a $500 laptop, use that for the time being. Whenever they can save the money, get yourself an eGPU enclosure with like a cheapo graphics card and have a fantastic gaming experience. Like, that is the future that we're headed towards, and I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited for that. I mean, fingers crossed, obviously, because these companies might just find a way to just like screw us budget gamers. But in general, that is the direction that everything is headed towards. And if we get there, that's going to be pretty fantastic. Like, the level of gaming performance that's going to come out of that is just going to be like insane. Next level stuff, really. Yeah, like, I don't know how much like the laptop manufacturers really care though, because they don't sell like desktops to gamers. You know what I mean? Like, they sell desktops to businesses. They don't really sell desktops to gamers. So they don't really care if you're going to be using an eGPU versus buying like, because if you look at like the actual volume that these manufacturers move in terms of like desktops and stuff like that, it's nothing compared to laptops. Nothing. Laptops outsell desktops by such a significant margin that it's like, it's not even comparable. And the vast majority of desktop sales are to businesses and institutions like schools. So like, normies aren't buying desktops. Because I mean, if you're a gamer, you're probably building your own PC, or you have a friend that will build the PC for you. Or you're going to go with like any of the dozens of like boutique like PC manufacturers out there. So there's a lot of options there. And for like a company like HP and Dell, it would probably just be better for them to sell you a budget laptop instead of you buying a desktop from like Falcon Northwest or something and then just throwing like an IGP or an eGPU on it. Well, the thing is that the iGPU business is already the biggest like GPU business. Like, if you just go to the Steam hardware survey, you'll see that Intel is the largest share of like GPUs because of their iGPUs. integrated graphics is just a significantly bigger business than like just discrete GPUs. Like it's really just not comparable at all. So it's one of those things where like for the manufacturers, for them it's just better for you to like buy a laptop, specifically because a desktop you buy, you can upgrade. A laptop you buy, you can't necessarily upgrade. Yeah, you can throw an eGPU on there, but once your CPU becomes the limiting factor, you're going to have to buy a whole new laptop. And like for them, I mean, it works out better for them. And like for us as users, we do at least get that flexibility of being able to have a system that is really portable, but also still powerful, that we can then use as a dedicated gaming system when we're at home, which is realistically where we're going to be gaming anyway. But if you just like look at overall like the sales volume of just laptops, it's just significantly bigger than desktops by a significant margin. Like mobile is already just way bigger than desktop. Way, way bigger. Which, I mean, it makes sense because for the average user, a laptop is just better. You know, like nobody wants to sit in front of a desk with like a computer that's just like locked down there that you can't like really move around with you. People are used to being able to carry around like their whole world with them. You know, people are used to just having phones. People are used to just being able to have a tablet. So like having a laptop is just, it makes more sense because you can carry that around with you as well. Yeah, pretty much that's how it is. The modularity of the desktop pretty much makes it a really unattractive thing to OEMs because of the fact that like they can't just sell you a whole new box. You know, because like I mean, like the GPU or not the GPU, the PSU that is in my main desktop right now that's streaming this. I've been using that PSU for like 8 years now. It's like it's a what's it called? It's a Seasonic 850 watt gold rated PSU. Like it's just, it's a workhorse. The thing is like overbuilt to hell. It's absolutely fantastic. I have no reason to replace that. You know, same with like the motherboard that I have, I've been using now for almost 4 years. I bought that at the launch of the Ryzen 2000 series. Because it's an MSI X470 Gaming Pro Carbon. You know, I've been using that for like, you know, almost half a decade now. And it's just, it's one of those things where like I have no incentive to like really replace it. So for like desktop manufacturers, I mean, for them, they see something like that and they think that's scary because users have control. But with like a laptop, you just have to buy a whole new system. Oh, did it automatically do that? Was it just using the turbo boost? Because I know this laptop will also just boost up to 30 watts if like the turbo boost is like available to it. It's just that the turbo boost will like run out in like 3 minutes and then past that it's just locked to 15 watts. Like it literally will only go up to 30 watts for about 30 seconds and then it drops down. But yeah, in general, like I do look forward to the day that eGPUs become way more mainstream. Way more mainstream. And I think it's going to happen. Yeah, that's pretty much what ends up happening. Honestly, being able to adjust the TDP is like really one of the biggest like selling points of AMD in general. Because you can actually unlock some pretty decent levels of performance. I'm surprised with the AMD APU tuning utility it fluctuates so much. Like what settings did you go with it on there? But yeah, because like with an Intel system, you pretty much have to pray that the manufacturer has actually allowed like adjustment of the TDP from the BIOS. because a lot of them do not. They just do not let you do that. Like the Acer Aspire 3 that I had gotten, that pretty much did not let you mess with the TDP in the slightest. It did not like you try to adjust anything on it. -90-degree temperatures are pretty high there. Yeah, like out of nowhere, almost 6 hours have gone by. It genuinely does not feel like I've been live for 6 hours. Like, gun to my head, I would have said maybe 2 or 3 hours. Like, this has actually just been really nice. Like, I've been enjoying talking to you guys a lot. Like, this has been awesome. I think I'm probably going to be doing this, like, every night now. Like, this has been really, really fun. And, like, time just flew by, dude. Like, it really did. It really, really did. I think I'm going to have, like, a better selection of games to choose from next time. This was kind of just, like, an impromptu thing. Yeah, in fact, like, we're about to get to the 6-hour mark, so I think it might be actually a good stopping point at this point. Before, like, I end up being here for, like, the next 8 hours. Because I kind of wanted to go live on Twitch as well, like, after this, but this has been long enough where it's just, like, I probably need a break. If I do go live on Twitch, it probably won't be until, like, later in the day. So, like, if you want to, like, join in on that, it's going to be pretty much just more like this, but just, like, hanging out more and just, like, actually, like, being able to play copyrighted music and stuff like that. And, like, we can actually, like, watch videos and stuff. Because, like, I would like to, like, sit there and, like, watch videos from, like, other YouTubers that, like, you know, test hardware that I just can't get my hands on, and we can, like, discuss it, you know? Yeah, like, this has actually just been super, super awesome. Like, I was really worried that I just would not have anything to say, but I feel like, if anything, I just have not been able to shut up, you know? It's one of those things where this has just been super awesome, especially like you guys being like super active in chat and talking. I really appreciate that. I was so worried that I would just be talking here to no one, you know? Like, I thought I was just gonna be sitting here in like absolute silence, just like, so anyways. But yeah, like it's been great. It's been super great. What do you mean by like TF2? Do you mean Team Fortress or do you mean Titanfall? Because like both games pretty much have like the same abbreviation, and I never know which one people are talking about. Yeah, no, it's like it's super weird. Like, I've just been able to like talk to you guys. Like, we're literally all just like friends hanging out. You know, like that's like the kind of energy that it has, and it's great. It's absolutely great. All of you guys have been just super chill, super like just fun to talk to. Because, you know, like, one of the things is, like, when you go live, you worry that there's going to be toxic people, that there's just going to be people that are just, like, looking to be mean, and, like, not at all. All of you guys have been just super awesome. So this has been absolutely fantastic. You know, but I can get, like, some games that are, like, multiplayer if you guys are, like, down to, like, join in on some of those sometimes, you know? Like, just to be able to, like, do, like, you know, essentially, like, live multiplayer testing on some games. That would be pretty cool. Whoa! Okay, getting run over there. But yeah, we're pretty much at the 6-hour mark at this point. So it's probably a good stopping point before, like, I just completely destroy my sleep schedule. Because, like, here in Texas right now, it is 6:27 in the morning. So, absolute gamer move by staying up all night playing video games, you know? Yeah, so I think that is probably going to be a good stopping point. We can just switch over. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the most part. been like it's been really fun actually. Chad Gaming, hell yeah. I actually one thing that reminds me, I do want to enable like the BTTV and like Franker Faces emotes like on this channel, because I did not know that they actually worked on YouTube. I thought that was a Twitch only thing. You know, so like I was surprised. Hey, if you're just showing up, I'm sorry, but like this is pretty much the end of the stream. You know, like just gonna be saying my goodbyes here. Wait, what do you need help with? While I'm live, I might be able to help. What's up? What issue you got? But yeah, I appreciate all you guys that were here and were like, you know, just hanging out and talking. Yeah, like, are you curious if the Witcher 3 is gonna run on here or what? Yeah, no, it's great to just like talk to you guys and like finding like the stuff that we were late on. With the 1195 G7, now I have not tested the exact CPU itself, but you can look at the video that I did with the with the 1135 G7, and you can kind of just guess a little bit what the performance is going to be like, because the 1195 G7 is around 15 to 20% faster. Like the GPU in the 1195 G7 is very comparable to the AMD one. It's just it has fundamentally driver differences. So it's one of those things where it might be good enough for you to play. Probably, I would say that for sure you're going to be able to play it at 720p. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I don't want to like say like a guaranteed like for sure it'll do it, but you will probably be able to do it. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, no, like if you guys are ever just want to like ask random questions like that, you're more than welcome to do it. You know, like especially because like while I'm live, it's just a good way to be able to interact anyway. So I hope that that's like at least helpful. But again, like I can't give you like a solid answer, but for sure I would at least expect 720p to like at least be doable. At least based off of the numbers that I got from the 1135 G7 and from the Radeon 7. Because the 96 EU version of the Intel eGPU is actually pretty like solid. Like it's pretty comparable to the one that's like that AMD has. But I'm not 100% sure, so it's just one of those things where you gotta figure that one out on your own. Definitely like measure those numbers yourself, but it should be doable. But anyways, again, I really appreciate you guys being here and watching. I will see you guys probably tomorrow also. I'm gonna be probably going live around the same time, and we'll see how long that one ends up going. But again, I really appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night or day, morning, whatever it is that you guys are at right now, whatever part of the world. Really appreciate you guys being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. See you guys. Oh, okay. Just one more question. What is it? I was just about to hit the stop streaming button, so like squeeze it in. I appreciate all you guys being here. Yeah, all of you guys have a great day. Stay safe out there, of course. You know, things are rough, so all of y'all just take care. Oh, wait, you have a play to present? That actually sounds sick. What do you mean like gameplay BTS? Yeah, no, it's no problem. I mean, it's literally like you're not really interrupting me at all. Yeah, like what do you mean like how was the gameplay BTS of the game? Like in terms of like playability? It was a little rough just because, like, if you look at the frame times, it can be pretty brutal. Interesting. That actually sounds sick. Let me know how that actually ends up going. It was a little laggy, yeah. It definitely was, but the iGPU in the i5 1135 G7 is noticeably slower than the one in the i7. So it's one of those things where they're not necessarily too comparable, but like it's because the 1195 G7 really has a nice iGPU and CPU. So they're not too comparable. Like there were a lot of artificial limitations put on the i5 for sure. So it's just one of those things where you're going to have to test it out. But anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you guys come back and we can continue to talk. I will see you guys tomorrow. See ya.